rip to the recorded version of this. Also might have some frame drops due to it. I've never had to record these before. But Picarto charges money for that, so... My second complaint would be that the man's story was boring. And my third was that the man seemed to want my final opinion on it. Why would you want something like that? Because I'm the Phantom. Up until a moment ago, I should have been looking out on the Shiodome River from Shinbridge. As soon as I realised I had been kidnapped, I started to understand why the chair was so cold. You get it now, he asked. But before I offered my opinion, I had one question. When will the morning come? Once I'm done. If the Phantom said it was night, it would have become night. If he said it was morning, it would become morning. But once he did, it was no longer Japan, nor was it another world. It was so-called world of illusions, with its own concept of time that the Phantom controlled. This story begins with me, a man harbouring obscure anxieties about the transient world, being detained by a curious and grotesque monster. It's a miserable and beautiful story about me finally clinging to life when faced with a genuine god of death. At least it should have been. When he finished turning the last page, he tapped the now bare table with his middle finger. He seemed to be demanding something, or searching for something. It cut into the gramophone's brisk melody. At any rate, I could tell the behaviour was out of disgust. I'm not doing any of the voices. That's what y'all can learn to read the subtitles. What is this? Without thinking, I blurted out the same thing. I had expected his voice to be full of praise and admiration. His reaction was somehow a little different from what I had imagined. Maybe I'd given him the wrong manuscript? Thinking that couldn't be possible, I took a peek. No matter how many times I looked over, though, it was the story I'd written, The Phantom in the Basement. Is this how the story ends? Never mind, I'm not doing these ones. Kawase blew out the tobacco smoke he was holding it. An indescribable smile was waiting for me beyond the haze I parted. You cannot justify it like we didn't. Why are you like this? Why'd you do this to me?
Take a look around.
There it is! Sorry, the phone was ringing. Kawase pulled the manuscript toward himself and looked it over again. He traced over the last lines with his pinky finger over and over again in disgust. When will the morning come once I'm done? His cigarette sprung unlike the Shishiodoshi and scattered ash all over the page. As if that weren't enough, he snubbed the flame out on my manuscript. The flame burned for several pages before the smouldering sound stopped. He tilted his head in confusion when I immediately gathered up the manuscript pages. Your pun sucks so bad, stop writing. An impressive haul pierced straight through the middle of the manuscript. When I glared at him through the small peephole, Kawase he pulled out his wallet in annoyance. That's not the problem. That's not the problem, Kawase. He was like an old man flashing a mouthful of gold teeth. Even if you rebuild the crumbling enamel of gold and silver there, there's still not the teeth you had to begin with. And yet, I wasn't such an ogre that I wouldn't take his feelings into consideration and try to settle things out of court, so to speak. What a thoroughly evil man. He was a devil, and he most likely had no idea what sort of feelings I had put into this manuscript. He couldn't imagine how much planning and more planning I put into each page of my hands, my eyes, and my heart. I faked a cough and let out a sigh. It wasn't as if I had no talent. There was no way I had no skill whatsoever. It was all Kawase's fault. He was an unfeeling and emotional devil. This was the fourth time I had asked Kawase for a critique. The first time, when I was nervous, he crumpled it up. The second time, when I was hopeful, he'd sent it flowing away on the river. And the third time, when I was fully prepared, he turned it into a paper airplane and sent it flying away into the sky. What exactly are you trying to say with that deadpan voice? Things like that could make me flare up at him again and again. But unable to find the right words for a comeback, I swallowed my feelings. I was the one who had asked a guy like this for critiques. I was the one who brought it up, and so there was absolutely no way I could back down. Kawase said, tapping his wallet. After one utterly vile man. Kawase his last match as he held a cigarette to his smirking mouth. Yeah, don't ask this man for critique. That's the lesson here. Never ask a man like this for critique. But perhaps my curses had worked because it wouldn't light. In the end, the head of the match broke off and rolled tragically away. Kawase commented on the weather as he tossed the matchbox away. The thin glass distorted the sky, making me worry even more about getting back. I felt as though the sound of the rain tapping against the window was telling me to hurry on home. Which one of us was being obnoxious now? I gathered up the remaining pages Kawase had read and discarded, then glared at him. Kawase brought his coffee to his now lonely lips, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he smiled crudely. One day, one of my stories will hit you so hard you'll look positively drunk. When I thought that, I cracked a smile as well. Soon. Our minor argument was suddenly drowned out by a deep rumbling, along with an eerie sound that seemed to be speeding right at us. The ground shook violently. I was immediately thrown to the floor. Waitresses screamed, plates broke, the window panes creaked. Kawase spat out his coffee. The moment I was flung from my seat, my manuscript scattered all over the place again. What just happened? The roar grew distant and the shaking gradually subsided. One page from my manuscript gently covered the top of my head. When I removed it and looked at the ceiling, the chandelier, which was spinning around and around, made me dizzy. The guests and waitresses fell silent. They all had the same look on their faces. Only the gramophone sang its jazz like it was completely unaware. I may be stupid.
こんなに大きいのは初めてだな。そう。去年くらいから結構頻発してると思うけど。くそ。
Kawase looked down at his chest and grieved for his uniform, which was damp with coffee. It wasn't all that bad. He could just wipe it off and lay it dry on its own, but Kawase clicked his tongue dramatically.
今日は最低最悪の日だ。たかが服が濡れたぐらいでなんだ。君の安い服とはわけが違うんだよ。巷じゃ服を汚すのが流行っているのだぞ。人の価値は服にあらず、本質。外見より中身を。ね。だったら裸になって自分の高潔性を示しなよ。それが一番手っ取り早いが、法に触れるのは怖い。だろうね。結局君は慣習にとらわれない自分を見てほしいだけなんでしょ。いやしいね。ガトリング砲のような嫌味だな。
Feeling as though I should back off from Kawase in his pissy mood, I once again began to gather up my manuscript. Everyone in the earthquake-shaking cafe had calmed down and begun to move. Everyone, that was. Except for Kawase. Just in case, I cleaned my glasses and took another look, and I really couldn't understand what he was so upset about. Could black clothes be stained even blacker than they were to begin with? I guess his fussiness really was some kind of disorder. Even I wasn't stupid enough to fan the flames by trying to understand his pain. As I started to quickly trying to wrap things up here, a waitress made her way towards us. She bowed, then fell to her knees and began to eagerly wipe off Kawase's uniform. Her pink handkerchief turned a faint coffee brown. If I could guess why she was doing this, then the actual person she was doing it to must have realised the waitress's feelings for him already. I wondered what Kawase would do. Well, it was pointless either way.
そうだ。大事な手ぬぐいが汚れてしまう。だからあんまりその男には。いいんです。汚れてもいいんです。この手ぬぐいはおばあちゃんが刺繍してくれた大切な。
Hey Kelly! Welcome in, Valcha. How are we? How is the rest of Eve? Oh, there's a red flower blooming on it. Hey, you're doing pretty good by memory when I saw you, so at least you have that.
君が汚いって言ってるんだよ。知らないババアが触れた手ぬぐいなんてなおさら嫌だね。おばあちゃんの話は嘘です。私が縫いました。
How cunning. It was like she knew she could attach some kind of sentimental value to a simple handkerchief just by starting off with "It's my grandmother's." However, that only infuriated Kawase even more. Drip, drip, Kawase poured his remaining coffee over the waitress's head. She trembled and let out a delayed yelp.
上級は上級らしく奉仕したら
ご奉仕ですか？
見てわかんないのコーヒーが
Yeah, what a brat.
この店の大臣が
I just about enough of this guy.
おかわりくらい黙って提供してほしいね
I love it. Hey, Kawase, what's your fucking problem, bro? The waitress was dumbfounded by his stone-cold eyes. She probably never thought the person she admired would ever treat her this way. Normally, I would have kept it quiet and ignored them, but today I found my eyes wandering nervously.
聞いてる
Kawase said, grabbing the waitress's hair and turning her ear towards him.
川瀬前々からこの髪も気に入らなかったんだバッサリ言った方が可愛いんじゃないの
Naturally, everyone in the cafe was focusing their gazes on us. The other waitresses were paralysed with fear in the back, and even the timid chef made a rare appearance. What a mess. I don't like this cafe's food. Now it would be awkward to come here.
わかりました。今すぐコーヒーをお持ちします。
The waitress should have been in shock, but her eyes were sparkling. When Kawase let go of her hair, she went off to grab him another coffee with quite the spring in her step. Once she regrouped with the other waitresses, they were back to their lively chatter. She pressed the handkerchief Kawase had touched to her nose and ended up sharing its smell with the other servers.
どんくさい女これが一番着慣れてたんだけどねまああと3着あるしいいかなぜだ何汚い髪触っちゃったなぜなのだだから何がなぜお前中心に世界が回るのだ君はあんなのに好かれて嬉しい嬉しいとか嬉しくないとかそういう問題ではなくてだなああもういい
I just had him, okay? It's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm very sorry for interrupting. Here you go. He shouldn't be able to get away with this obvious tyrant, with his oblivious tyranny. If he'd been a politician, he would have been a target for scrutiny. If he'd been a soldier, he would have been called a rebel. But Kawase was forgiven. That must have been the luck he was born with, but what annoyed me even more was that he himself didn't seem to derive any joy from his own selfishness. Noticing my unamused gaze, the malicious smile returned to Kawase's face.
ところで早く帰らないとまずいんじゃない雨強くなってる言われなくとも帰る
I remembered my manuscript, gathered it up, and tapped it against the table to straighten it out. Kawase's terrible mood was improving. Perhaps he was finally giving up on his uniform.
それにしてもおかしな場所でんだよな君が働くメバチ堂ってのはんまあもう慣れたさすが君も君ってやつだからおいどういう意味だそれは変人同士お似合いって意味だよそれじゃあね期待してるよ玉森くん
And wannabe editor. Two years ago, we came to the capital from the countryside of Iceland. Kawase and I had been together for as long as I could remember, so he was something like a childhood friend. Long ago, we would often play by the mountain streams. We'd fish, catch bugs, and laugh together. I say laugh together, but Kawase had the same finicky personality even back then. None of us know what to do with Kawase. We would all like to be rid of Kawase now. So he wouldn't touch the fish he caught, and like all the bugs he kept die. Anyway, he was a fussy man. That's why what I thought was fun and what he thought was fun were probably completely different. People were generally shocked whenever I talked about our relationship. They joked friends today, enemies tomorrow. For better or worse, he and I were complete opposites. Unlike me, Kawase was flexible. Unique, special, a genius. My writing, like the piece from earlier, had the power to captivate people, and yet Kawase's true nature, like what he had shown the waitress and me, was pitch black. The reason he could hurl out insults at each other and still hang out together would be summed up in a few words. We were childhood friends. The streetcar, which was running a little behind schedule, finally came. Suddenly pushed in, I was forced to stand in the corner of the car. The rain was coming down hard now, making the midday sky dim. It was a cold rain. I wondered how long this year's rainy season would last. Someone once said, instead of asking the rain in the sky, ask the cat.
What?
Cats. Animals. Speaking of animals. The streetcar went from Kanda Bridge to Inbocho via the Nishikichora riverside. A smoky fragrance gently wafted by when I jumped from the streetcar. It was a unique atmosphere that drifted through the old book town of Jimbocho. Used bookstores here and there were closing up their stores because of the rain. Customers were driven out in groups, the shopkeepers were indifferent to them only during times like this. The customers without umbrellas had no choice but to find a place for cover and under the eaves. Overflowing with sighs, they ran for the old book town. I was in a hurry, but not because I wanted to get out of the rain. There was a reason I needed to get back to the shop right away. The shop was called Umibachido. Located on the outskirts of the old book town, it was an iron building that at first glance didn't appear to be a used bookstore. It was a mysterious building that looked more like a nobleman's storehouse or a bank's treasury. I leaned my umbrella against my shoulder and opened the doors using both hands and an abundance of force. We only opened shop during gloomy, rainy weather like this.
店主、ただいま戻りました。
はい。
The shopkeeper gave me a small nod from behind the shoji. He coughed a few times and seemed to be turning over in his bed. The shopkeeper said he suffered from an illness. That's why, in an effort to be considerate as possible, I kept myself from hurrying as I headed up to the second floor. I burst into my room, stumbled, walked over the futon I never put away, and jumped towards the fishbowl.
金魚。
Not the illness, the nondescript illness. And the bowl was a goldfish swimming around in a hop. I looked down at him and felt like I could finally breathe. Thank goodness. And what I'd remembered on the streetcar was this guy. I'd been worried the earthquake earlier had frightened him, but it didn't look like any water had spilled out. The bowl hadn't even moved. Apparently, only by Chido didn't just look sturdy. The water was cloudy. I guess I had been so engrossed with my manuscript over the past 3 days and nights that I hadn't even thought about cleaning out his bowl. This won't do, I thought as I grasped the goldfish tightly in my hand and scooped out the dirty water. The goldfish writhed, gasping for air. I know you're suffering, but please hang in there. I threw the dirty water out the window and tossed the goldfish in the now empty bowl. You'll have to suffer for a little longer. I felt around the rain gutter above my head and pulled on the cork plug. As soon as I did, the rain that had fallen from the roof into the gutter drained into the fishbowl. Freed from gravity, the goldfish swam around peacefully. I plugged the rain gutter back up and was filled with the happiness at seeing my now content goldfish. A shadow suddenly flickered beneath the fishbowl. When I moved the bowl, I saw a red umbrella looking up at me in shock. I don't think I'd say almost not most effective is an understatement. I'd say outright cruelty.
ちょうどよかった。
またお前の言う通り雨が降ったぞ。おかげでほとんど濡れずに済んだ。
そうか。
どうした？なんだか元気がないな。
いや、金魚を素手で掴むなよ。
So he'd even see me doing that, huh?
金魚屋の親父だってそうしてただろう。
でもかわいそうだ。
なんだ、私に文句があるのか？
文句というか、金魚飼育の助言というか。
金魚屋の親父がこれでいいと言ったからそうしたまでだ。
売り物の金魚もいっぱい死んでただろう。
ああ、なんでだろうな。
どうした？今日はやけに気が立ってるな。まるで川瀬みたいに横暴だ。
I was trying to hide my bad mood, but he'd seen right through me. When my face suddenly fell, he immediately smiled. Then he twirled his umbrella and came into the shop. Say what you want about my competitive nature, but I didn't want to be compared to Kawase. Yeah, could not be this guy. 0 brain cells in here. I gave my goldfish a heap of food to console him, then went downstairs to where Minakami was waiting. Like Kawase, Minakami was another childhood friend from the same village, and also a student at the Imperial University. Minakami unwrapped the cloth that he had brought with him and pulled out some books. He took a few and returned them to the shelf slowly enough to make me yawn. I watched this daily scene with my chin resting in my hands.
適当でいいのだ、みなかみ。ここは目的があってくる場所じゃない。適当に眺め、適当に手に取る。
It was probably just because neither I nor the shopkeeper wanted to go through the trouble of organising, but wording it that way made it more noble.
そういうことだったのか。吉屋の隣に類子が並んでいるのを見てから、この店はおかしいと思っていたが。
Minakami nodded in understanding as he continued to return the books to the shelf. His hands moved as if they were tracing
だか
constellations.
らお前な。
なあ、玉森。今気がついたんだが。
Minakami pointed towards the top shelf of the bookcase, as if he had found the planet Venus among the books.
いろはにほと。ほら、例えば類子の80万年後の社会の隣には、吉屋の花物語が並んでる。本の題名順に並べられているんだ。
それを適当というのだ。
It's okay, Obaki. They all go in the square hole. That's what you need to remember. I finally stood up, grabbed the books from his hand, and shoved them onto the shelf.
考えすぎか？
ミステリー好きが高じたな。だが、規範があるなら守るに越したことはない。
I pulled out Kyusaku's double heart, which Minakami had just put back, and went to return it to the top shelf. Or at least I tried to, but no matter how much I jumped, I couldn't reach. Kairi's just been sitting in complete shock at this. Minakami nudged the spine with his hand and pushed it to the back of the shelf.
雨漏りはこっちを頼む。
まあ、
All 5 books he had given to me went onto the bottom shelf. Before I could glare at him and tell him not to make fun of me, he looked back up. Well, I'm going to quickly see if I can get the hook chat. See if I can get you guys on screen. In some sort of way. Hey. It may be crude, but it might do the job. Let me properties. There you go. Let me just move you behind me. There we go. All 5 books he had given to me went to the bottom shelf. Before I could glare at him and tell him not to make fun of me, he looked back up. I reluctantly got on my knees and I put away the books, following his lead.
結局、3日間で何冊読んだんだ？
20冊は借りたかな。
20冊って。
I hadn't even read that many books this year.
新作は入れたか？
1ヶ月前から何も変わっていないぞ。
そうか。
残念そうだなって。まさかここにある本全部読破したのか？
おそらく。もうピンとくる題名はないから。
Once Minakami had finished returning all 20 books he'd borrowed, he bent back and looked along the shelves. Then he let out a distant sigh full of a sense of accomplishment.
4000冊あるんだぞ。
何冊かすでに読んだことがあるものだったから、実際読んだのは300冊くらいだ。一段落ついてしまったかな。
Minakami was an abnormally avid reader. If there was a story he hadn't read, it was like he couldn't relax until he had the book. Even though I say he couldn't relax, it wasn't like he would fly into a frenzy or anything. If he found a story he didn't know, he would gently take it in his hands, head to the register, and pay. Then he'd sell it back once he was done reading it. That was all. At first glance, he seemed to be a casual reader, but reading every book in the Imperial University's library was definitely abnormal.
そういえば、川瀬に批評をもらうとか言ってただろう。今日はどうだった？
あれな、散々だったよ。
散々？一体何が気に入らなかったの？
He's just that powerful. He can be a student and read 4,000 books. Minakami looked thoroughly confused. Unable to bear seeing his face like that, I immediately averted my gaze. He didn't think there was such a thing as a poor piece of literature or writing. That's why he wouldn't hold back with his praise for me. Honestly, when I realised that, I had wondered if it was really okay to find comfort in that ambiguity. And recently I had been asking that book Kawase for his critiques. If Kawase was a whip, Minakami was a candy. It was a candy sweeter than Calsby. What my wounded ego needed right now was a sweet candy named Minakami.
明日の昼、川瀬が梅鉢堂に来ることになってる。だからお前も来い。そして川瀬に行って聞かせるのだ。
言って聞かせる？何をだ？
私の輝かざる才能についてだ。お前が言えば奴も少しは私を見返すかもしれん。
すまん。明日の昼は講義があって、そう多くは時間を。
私の言うことが聞けないのか？
嫌に必死だな。講義の合間に行けたら行くよ。
いいや、必ず来い。
だから行けたら。
必ず来い。
そう不安がるなよ。
I wasn't tizzy at all. I was just lonely.
玉森らしくないな。これでも読んで元気出せ。
Minakami said as he handed me the last book left in his hand. Wondering what it was, I took a look at the cover. It was Kyusaku Yameno's Dogra Magra.
店の商品を借りっぱなしじゃ悪いからな。読み終わったら商品として並べてくれて構わない。
いらん、持って帰れ。
どうしてだ？喜ぶと思ったのに。
私は今忙しいのだ。他人の無双など見ていられん。
そうか。残念だな。
でおい、勝手に商品に混ぜるな。
バレたか。
You calmly put it on the shelf right in front of me. I was so irritable today, I couldn't even get through Minakami's little joke. I went back to the register and slumped over so far that I ended up lying across the counter. I saw a single piece of paper flutter down from my slanted point of view. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was written in the bold print. I peeled it off the desk, lifting it high above my head out of reflex.
震える悪魔って。
ずっと見たがっていただろう。
再上映されるのか。
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde was a horror film. The main characters were a man named Dr. Jekyll and his other personality, Hyde. It was shown in Nikatsu Theatre in Kanda last spring, but I had missed its run and now it was here. I couldn't believe Toyo Cinema was rerunning it. I checked the date and time. It would be playing tomorrow afternoon. It didn't seem to be some sort of cruel joke either.
奥さんから招待券をいただいたんだ。ご婦人方は怪奇映画に興味がないそうだ。
Well, we know that's not true, but
そりゃそうだ。女子供にはわからんよ。
don't worry, you're stupid.
けど、お前が忙しいんじゃな。
行かない理由がない。
I thrust the ticket deep into my sleeve. Minakami was shocked by how enthusiastically I'd made up my mind, but he just smiled and nodded.
そう言うと思ったよ。
あ、
Minakami folded his cloth and stuffed it into his bag, then put on his still damp mantle.
もう行くのか？
デートに古い友人が来ているんだ。これから会いに行ってくる。
私の知り合いか？
ああ、いや。どうだろ
どうだろうってお前。
We were old friends, so didn't that mean they were just normal acquaintances? But Minakami would say nothing more about it, so I stopped pressing him. You're trying to show off again. I wasn't sure if he heard my grumbling, but he opened his umbrella and smiled even
う。
wider.
勉強も頑張れよ。田舎に残したばあさんのためにもな。
そ
That has nothing to do with this. I was going to throw out my usual comeback, but instantly fell silent. As if he'd seen through it, Minakami furrowed his brows and immediately hid behind the edge of his umbrella. Then, like a falling leaf, he swiftly passed me and disappeared. Minakami was gone. All that remained was the sound of the rain. Still, he always left a strange, lingering presence. Maybe he himself didn't realize how unusual it felt. It must have been something only I noticed. Minakami never said goodbye. His departures were always vague. It made me think he would suddenly show up again if I called his name. I was probably the only one who noticed that. But keep up with my studies, huh? I rested my cheek against the counter again and flipped through every reference book Minakami had given me. It had been 2 years. Just looking at the old reference book made me realise the time had gone by in the blink of an eye. I mentioned it before, but Kawase, Minakami and I had come to the capital 2 years ago. To say the capital had the finest educational institute in Japan wouldn't have been an exaggeration, and we came to take the Imperial University's entrance exam. I had studied for it. Even though I sometimes read fantasy novels and went to the movies, I studied ever so diligently all the time. But a year later, only Kawase and Minakami were accepted into the Imperial University. Since I didn't think any of us would actually pass, I never dreamed I would be the only one to fail. At the time, Minakami and I were under the care of a therapist named Oizumi. She was a widow who acted as if she didn't expect anything from us country bumpkins. "Take as long as you like," she'd said. I had been moved by her words, but when it came to me, the one who didn't pass, she looked at me with blatant disgust. Hey, that's my study method. 2 years had gone by, and then this year she had given me a final notice to vacate. She kicked me out of her house. She told me to be grateful she'd provide me with meals and a place to sleep. Like I cared. If you're going to act like a virtuous person, see it through to the end. I provided food and a home for my goldfish, and I didn't feel any bitterness towards him. In fact, I wanted him to ask more of me. I was much more noble than she was. And the shopkeeper of Umibachido was even more noble.
玉森くん、ちょっと散歩してくるよ。
ああ、はい。
店番お願いします。
I heard the back door open, his footsteps were a muffled cough melted into the sound of the rain. I had only been a month ago. I'd been driven out of the Ozumi house. I mean, I'd fled from her house, rain like what we were having today beating down on me. I'd had no money, no shelter. Yeah, I think you have a pretty bad relationship with your goldfish, actually. I think no one should reference that for anything. What had awaited me in the drizzle was Umibachido's large front doors. To get out the rain, I'd pretended to look for books. When I let out a gloomy sigh, though, the shopkeeper had spoken to me from the back of the store. I was like a broken record that day. I tried to say something but couldn't answer. My voice just cracked. It was the only sound that I could get out. But the shopkeeper, with his calm voice full of understanding, had fixed the needle on the record and made me play it all out. I listened to how I'd fled from my previous lodgings, to how I hadn't eaten anything for half a day, to how I Had been more than a day since I'd bathed, and once he was done listening, he offered me a deal. If I ran the shop, he would rent out the room on the second floor to me. The shop was closed when it was sunny. He said he wanted me to open and run the shop only on rainy days. Every morning, he would leave enough money for my meals for the day by the register. That was the only material exchange between us. That's right. I'd never seen the shop's owner. Not even once. Well, whatever. I went back to leaning my face against my hand and watching the scenery blurred by the rain outside. I was bored. Not really bored, I just couldn't muster any strength into my sluggish body. But I urged myself on, gathered a feather duster and wandered around the shop. Suddenly, I felt like I saw Kawase through the bookshelves. It was definitely the image of the moment he dug the cigarette into my manuscripts. Then, clear as day, I saw Kawase's vulgar smile. Apparently, I really was having a hard time dealing with his harsh criticism. God, it was Kawase all along. He actually does nice things. I mean, listen, if I was offered this, I would take it. I wouldn't question it. You're paying for my food, my house, I only have to work on rainy days. Hell yeah, let's go. I looked away from that moment and flopped onto the floor. It was annoying, way too annoying. Maybe it would have been better if a complete stranger had said that to me, but I'd have to keep facing him tomorrow and the day after. There was no way I could run from him now. I was the one who asked for his critique. As a writer, all I could do was continue spewing out stories. A writer. What sort of writer was I if I couldn't even satisfy a single person? Kawase holding me back was the reason that I never considered taking anything to a publisher. There was probably nothing I could create that would ever captivate him. I'd probably never be able to write anything that would make that guy smile and tell me I'd done a good job. I set my glasses on top of my head and used the palms of my hands to rub my closed eyes. Stars scattered behind my eyelids, and unusual sparkling patterns formed. When I opened my eyes, the area had transformed in a strange blue dimension. When I happened to look forward, I found this guy standing in the rain. Drops dramatically bounced off the leaf he was using as an umbrella. He seemed to be slowly thinking something over in his head while he held his breath in his stomach. It was as if he had made up his mind about something. That was all the frog said.
ダメだ。お前のような異形に本は売れん。
僕は異形なんかじゃありません。本読みが大好きな小学1年生です。
By the way, this kind of thing happened to me quite often. I had about to see strange things for a long time. Except this wasn't anything supernatural. It was an illusion produced by my subconscious. Honestly, there was part of me that was slightly disappointed this hallucination was only a frog. If his form had been more grotesque, this scene would have been much more dramatic.
い、黙れ。
VoD! Quero, quero!
お前はあの日あの時あの橋で殺されたのだ。それに気づかぬ愚かな異形よ。さあ、成仏しろ。
Yeah, that wasn't so bad. It was strange, no matter how poor my creation may have been, in the moment it seemed brilliant. When I'd asked Kawase about the phenomenon, he called it narcissism derived from arrogance. It was definitely arrogance. Those stupid eyes, those short legs, that nervously trembling body. I was starting to find the hallucination somewhat amusing. Suddenly I was no longer myself. The main character was... Right, the owner of the used bookstore, by all appearances, but he was secretly a medium. It was a setup that made me think of a certain someone, but whatever. The main character would be refined, composed, and wear glasses that made him look like an intellect. But then he would shockingly use a hickish word like ain't.
ほら
The frogman's eyes opened wide when he looked at Haruhiko, the shopkeeper. Taking a direct hit, he sank into the opposite wall. Carol! Carol! You're cruel! How could you do this to him?
おかえりネガオ。ここは君の来る場所ではない。
ひどい。僕はただ本が読みたいだけなのに。
君にジンゴが読めるかね？
読めないから読むんです。そうして学んで、僕も人間になって、あの人間に。
あの人間とは。
The tears of the frogman cried turned into nourishment and replenished the moisture in his body. Plop. He rolled off the wall and took the defensive, turning his eyes tinged with rage toward Haruhiko. The frogman skillfully manipulated his tongue and began to push books off the shelves one by one. Haruhiko's attacks on blocks were in vain as the tongue suddenly pierced through a bookcase. Books rained down from the falling bookcase. However, the decision Haruhiko had made in that very instant was even more surprising. When I suddenly snapped out of it, I was lying on the floor grasping a pen. Before me was a manuscript I was in the middle of writing. Perhaps because I was writing before the ink could dry, there were several letters smudged to the left. Apparently I had been a little overzealous. I counted scattered manuscript pages as I gathered them up, but I was missing the first page. When I happened to turn around, a man was looking down at me, concerned.
大丈夫ですか？
ええ、大丈夫です。私は無事です。
無事？これ足元に落ちていました。
ありがとうございます。何か？
Sorry. He was still standing there.
ごめんなさい。
He jumped back and put some distance between us. He looked at me and scratched his eye patch as if he were embarrassed. Once I got a better look, I recognised him. He was a customer who always came in the evening. That meant that half the day had already passed. I let out a directional sigh. The man seemed to misunderstand and jumped a bit.
君は作家さんなんですね。
何か文句でも？
いえ、そんな。
Why are you being so mean?
少し読んでしまったんです。
Yeah, you know, just like where the eye patch is hitting the skin, just scratching there. Or maybe scratching the actual eye patch.
悪気はないんです。ただ目について。すみません。面白かったです。
それでこの私に何を？
Don't worry, this is not how we do customer service.
これをお会計してもらいたくて。
Do you ever have one customer in the entire day and this is how you react? In his hand was Kusaku's Dogramagara. Minakami. He'd end up shoving it onto the bookcase after all.
それに関してお題はいりません。
でも結構真新しい本ですし。
いいんです。欲しいなら黙ってもらってください。
ありがとうございます。それじゃあご好意に甘えて。
An overly dramatic guy. He continued to stand there, nervously wringing his hands and biting his lip. I slipped past him and turned to the register. He looked at me as if he still had something to say.
何なんですかさっきから。
What is wrong with you, Tamori?
すみません。
6時には店を閉めますよ。
その物々交換というのはどうですか？
So that's what he decided to say. He slowly opened his bag and pulled out some sort of goldfish watering can made of tin. I didn't expect him to sit by the register with a clunk.
は
僕ブリキの収集が趣味で。
Not to the point where you carry them around though, right?
ごめんなさい。気持ち悪いですよね。いきなりこんなこと。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。気持ち悪くてごめんなさい。
It was creepy. What was I thinking? What I was thinking must have gotten through to him. Once he'd calmed down, his face turned red and he ran it off with me by Chido. The only ones left were me and the goldfish watering can. What was this about? I let out a sigh as I looked at into the goldfish's pretty eyes. The sigh, though, was unrelated.
鬼人殿
Anyway, I'd managed to finish a short story of a heroic battle unfolding between a used bookstore owner and a yokai. I gathered the bulky manuscript and looked it over fondly. But for some reason, my face began to fall as I turned each page. Suddenly it seemed boring. I figured Minakami would definitely enjoy it, since his tastes were closer to my own, but I mostly wondered how Kawase would feel about it. Yeah, I should probably avoid showing it to Kawase. I turned the manuscript over and put the ink bottle on top as a weight. It was something like a gut feeling. For some reason, I suddenly cooled fervour. It made my heart feel as though it were crumbling to pieces. I wondered why. This was the first time I'd ever felt this way. At that moment, the cuckoo clock had sleepily struck 6. Yeah, Kawase's literally never going to write anything. Stop trying to impress him. It was closing time. The rain was coming down even harder, and it was so cold I wondered if it would turn into snow. Chasing out the sound of the rain, I closed the doors and looked around the shop once more. In the end, the only customer today had been the man with the eye patch. But he hadn't really bought anything, so I had no money to turn over to the shopkeeper. Actually, I'd never earned more money than the shopkeeper gave me for food. That was another reason in which Umibachido was the mysterious shop.
玉森君、私は先に寝るよ。
帰ってきていたんですか。
ええ、2時間ほど前にね。声をかけたじゃないか。
そういえば。
I'm back. Get away, it's dangerous here.
何かと戦っていたのかな。それじゃおやすみなさい。
The light clicked off.
私は風呂屋に行ってきます。
うん。風邪をひかないようにね。
As far as I can remember, the shopkeeper had never pressed me about money, not even once. In short, this place was heaven to an unscrupulous person such as myself. Even though it was only 6 o'clock, the sky was totally dark thanks to the rainy weather. Everyone was deep under their umbrellas until it was freezing under my black mantle. I should have at least worn long sleeves, but I'd ended up foolishly picking out a short sleeve dress shirt, so I was freezing. People who were weak to the cold were gathered at Sarugacho's Kikaiba half-house. The old men passing me by smelled unseasonably abusive. Once I'd gone from the dressing room into the baths, the place was filled with nothing but old and middle-aged men. What looked like an old woman's head bobbed among them. I took my place in the middle as I watched the old woman's head sway. Speaking of old women, keep up with your studies for the grandmother who you left out in the country. I recalled Minakami's words. I was a little late, but here's some background on myself. My father and mother died when I was young. Right before I was born, my father was attacked by a bear and died. Then, when I was young, my mother disappeared from our village. After that, I had left my grandfather and grandmother, just the 3 of us, but last year I found out my grandfather had passed away. My grandmother was my only blood relative left on this earth. I felt like my grandmother and I were connected by some sort of spiritual power. If there was anything I wanted to eat or anything I desired, she knew exactly what it was and gave it to me right away. We were connected. Well, maybe not quite. The connection was only a one-way thing. I knew nothing about her. Even now, it felt like my grandmother was watching me from somewhere. The old woman turned around. It was an old man. Of course, an old woman wouldn't be hanging out in the men's bath. When I turned around, my consciousness drifted towards the bathhouse Fuji that reached all the way to the ceiling. I'd heard the bathhouse Fuji, which was found in any old bathhouse nowadays, originated from Kakaiha bathhouse. Let me see. Oh. Whoops. Fuji's healing waters in the stream from the bathroom next to the other, making me feel like I was partaking in the purification ritual. It was picturesque view no man could ever grow tired of seeing. When I happened to look over the group of bathers to my side, they were turned away from the view of Mount Fuji by exchanging hushed whispers. I cocked my right ear to listen in for no reason in particular. Did you hear? What? About the giant of Jinbocho? Giant? He's over 6 feet tall. Another one butted in. He doesn't use an umbrella, and he wears a funny mask. As soon as I spotted him, he vanished. He's weird looking. Is he a monster? Or a ghost? I see. How interesting. Maybe it was a silent street performer for a new kabuki show. Or maybe some sort of promotion for a new motion picture. The earthquake earlier might have been from the giant's footsteps. Idiot. No, it had to be. It had a pretty the active imagination.
少年よ。
は？何？
その話、詳しくお聞かせ願いたい。
They fell silent after looking at each other a few times. Snorted. And then they showed me their cheeky giggling faces.
なっ！
子供の話にマジになってんじゃねえよ。
どういうことだ？
They instantly cracked up hard enough to shake the bath. When I glanced around, everyone was staring at me with dead looks in their eyes. What? It was like I was the one being made a fool.
おい待て！
うるせえ浪人生。
なぜそれを？
They distanced themselves from me in a train-like procession. Seriously, the brats around here didn't know how to behave. If they were innocent children, they would have wanted an adult to listen to them and would gladly have told their story. How dare they make fun of an adult and insult the ambitious title of Ronin City? An annoyed groan escaped from between my clenched teeth. When I came to my senses and looked around, even more cold stares were focused on me. Oh, good. I sank down up to my nose in the tub and hid myself as I made my way from corner to corner. Without cooling off from my bath, I headed straight to Bachido and promptly faced my manuscript. I ignored the Frogman manuscript and was going to dive right back into continuing Phantom in the basement, but as expected, I couldn't get the rumour I'd heard from those brats in the Kakaiha bathhouse out of my head. I figured it was a promotion for a show, but somehow it was spot on. The Phantom basement would curl up his large body in the cellar where he lived. Then night after night he would come up to the world on the surface and abduct someone on the verge of death. He had no interest in those trying to live. He would suddenly disappear when he had been seen because he would sense the person's life force. Just what was the Phantom in the basement's motives? Well, it was a long story, so I'll explain later.
思念というものがある。
春彦さん。
The moment I sensed a presence, my hallucination, Haruhiko-san, was sitting right beside me. On his shoulder was the Frogman, who had shrunken down because his spiritual powers had been subdued.
何かね。
いえ、ただどうして？
筆が止まっているのはなぜかと思って出てきた所存だ。
My hallucinations were talking to me now. I really must have been tired. I thought about keeping quiet and letting it pass, but he began to thoroughly read my manuscript.
勝手に読まないでください。
この怪人、確かに先の少年たちが話していた怪人とそっくりだな。
聞いてたんですか？
思念に姿形はない。思念とは感情と認識だけで形成されている無形の存在だ。
だから何の話ですか？
ここは何の町だ、玉森君。
神保町、本の町です。
本とは空想、空想とは無形、空想は思念に通ず。君が地下室の怪人を描いたのは偶然ではない。
どういうことです？
怪人という無形の思念が一人歩きしているのだ。
Walking around on its own? If that were the case, did I get the idea from somewhere?
つまりは玉森君、そう深く考える必要はないということだ。
With those last words, Haruhiko-san suddenly disappeared. What was he thinking? I had no idea. My hallucinations were something born from my subconscious, but up until now I don't think I'd ever had a hallucination leave me with words I couldn't understand. Thinking about it was pointless. After all, I had probably understood it subconsciously. For the first time in my life, the idea of having a pen in my hand sounded awful, so I lay in my futon. I stretched out my hand to turn off the light, but I couldn't reach it. All I ended up doing was illuminating my hand. I eventually gave up and shut out the light with my own eyelids. It had been raining since morning. I gave my goldfish his food, but he was facing away from it, as usual. Minakami once told me a fish's sense of smell was better than its vision, so eventually he'd wake up at the smell of his food. Afterwards, I opened the shop and revised my manuscript next to the register like I usually did. For a while I heard the shopkeeper's breathing as he slept, but once noon rolled around I finally heard the sound of a futon being folded.
店主、おはようございます。
おはよう玉森君。
Hey, listen.
朝からご苦労様です。
He doesn't own this place. He just works here. I suppose if a Ronin made scribbling noises and muttered to himself all morning, anyone would think he was studying. Honestly, if the shopkeeper figured out all my hard work was actually bullshit, I'm sure a lecture would be inevitable. I rolled my pen, feeling a little guilty.
今日も体調が良いので少し散歩してきます。
いつもすみません。
え？
客入りが悪いのは
Yeah, disrespectful to the shopkeeper, absolute worst person.
売り上げの心配をしているのかい？
すみません。
You should be worried about the sales when you're using up all the electric. I tried to act as express as I could. The shoji had opened slightly and out dropped a single yen.
これで美味しいものでも食べて元気出しなさい。
店主。
風邪だけはひかないようにね。
はい。
The shopkeeper nodded in relief. I heard the back door open and he left. It's not like I wanted money, but I was just pretending to be a poor man for the sake of the shopkeeper who wanted for acts of kindness. With this money saved up, I mean entrusted to me, I could buy Calsby, a manuscript paper, ink, and even go to the bathhouse. It was a happy cycle that didn't hurt anyone.
そこで何してるの？川瀬、来てたのか。驚かすな。
障子に話しかけるなんて、君もとうとう末期だね。
店主だ。店主に話しかけていたのだ。
姿を見せない不思議な店主。ね。本当にいるなら合わせてほしい。
I would say, who do you think is paying for this damn place?
どういう意味だそれは。
Seeming to lose interest, Kawasaki grabbed the goldfish watering can.
何これ？いい年してブリキのおもちゃって。また変な趣味を見つけたね。
お代の代わりにもらったのだ。欲しいならやるぞ。
Yeah, you're the one that said this.
いらないよ。必要ないものはゴミと同じだ。
Yeah, honestly, even I thought it was trash.
だがその金魚じょうろと同じくらい 不要な本だったのだ。
不要な本。児童書なんてあったっ
ドグラマグラ、夢の旧作の最新刊だ。
け？悪趣味な子供だね。
いや、買っていったのは24、5の男だった。
大人？玉森くん、それ騙されちゃってる。
だから別に構わん。ドグラマグラだって水上が勝手に置いていったものだし。
じゃあゴミだけ残ったわけか。
Though when I got a better look at it, the goldfish washing can did have cute eyes. The pattern looked hand-painted, and it seemed like it would have some warmth to it and start swimming at any moment if you were to touch it. I was starting to feel bad about calling it trash over and over again. The guy with the eye patch had really seemed to treasure it. He addressed this little guy with all his love. When I snatched it back from Kawase, I stuffed it into my pocket with the intention of warming it up.
うわ、もう大事にしてる。
勝手だろ。
そうだね。人にはいろんな思考があるからね。
Wasn't that sentiment a little too late at this point? Without asking, he snatched the manuscript next to the register and began to slowly walk around the shop. The toy's my friend now. When he finished reading a page, he discarded it like a girl playing like, he loves me, not with flower petals.
おい、
ああ、失礼。今日も京都で羽のように軽い原稿だ。
原稿を汚すな。後で水上にも読ませるのだぞ。
あいつは文字が書いてあれば何でも喜ぶさ。それこそ結核患者の日記だって喜んで読むだろうね。
Kawase discarded one page after another as I crawled after him, picking them up. When I happened to look up, he was staring down at me coldly.
これってもしかしてみかん？
書ききれなかったのだ。昨日のうちに。
また不完全なものを見せようとしたの？
勝手に見たのはお前だろう。だから私は今からそれについて説明をしようと。
君の取り柄はバカみたいな執筆の速さだ。どうも信じられないな。
Yeah, Tamori, why aren't you writing a full book in a day? He let go of the last page, then went back past me and headed upstairs.
おい、待てってな。
I crumpled another manuscript page under my hand. It must have looked so pitiful. I gathered up the manuscript pages, brushing the dust and rain from them as I went, but the frogman was stepping on one of them.
おい、どけ。
The frogman was looking in shock at the staircase Kawase had vanished up. A stubborn, stupid hallucination. I blew a puff of air and his head turned to dust and disappeared.
おい、川瀬。
When I finally caught up with him upstairs, I was surprised to see he was standing there quietly. My newest manuscript, the story about the used bookstore owner and the frogman, was in his hands. Amazingly, Kawase wasn't discarding it. He was speed reading it thoroughly in his usual way. The silence was so deep that it felt like I could even hear his eyes move. Every once in a while, his mouth would open in astonishment and his breathing would become shallow. I held my own breath as I watched him. Way. There was no way. I had finally been able to tug at his heartstrings. My throat tightened with a slight premature hope and a sense of accomplishment. I desperately swallowed it down and waited for him to speak. Finally, he let out a sigh.
これって俺のことか？
え？
俺とあいつのことだろ。
え？
Kawase didn't move a muscle as his smile widened. Him who? This guy who? Well, he hadn't actually said this guy. At any rate, I couldn't figure out why he was smiling.
一体何を読んだんだ？
何って、ここにあった原稿だよ。
だよな。
So, who did he mean by me and him? I could see his dark nature through his usual smile. Suddenly the ground shook. It was an earthquake, even I could tell this time. But Kawase's gaze didn't move an inch as he continued to look at me and smile.
このカエルは自分が死んでいることを知らないかわいそうなカエルだ。でも無理ないよね。まさか死ぬとは思わない。 橋から突き落とされたとしても下は川だから。カエルは水生生物だ。元ある世界に投げ出されてる。
私は死んだと思った。
Suddenly, my memories flew from my mouth. A long time ago in the country, I saw Kawase drop a frog from a bridge. The frog, knocked around by the harsh wind and rain, had fallen quietly, soundlessly into the river and floated away. I thought it had died. I thought he'd killed it. And to think of it, I had a feeling Kawase had looked at me and smiled that day too.
にゃそういえばそんなこともあったな。
その気持ち悪い笑い方やめろっつっただろ。
にゃ
The story somehow ended with the frogman being the shopkeeper's assistant. Even though it was a story that overflowed with happiness, Kawase carefully and thoroughly ripped it apart and threw it away without reading to the end. I could have said hey or stop or wait. There were plenty of things I could have said to stop him, but I just watched. Actually, I felt this was the punishment I deserved. I felt as though it was better, that only the manuscript was bearing the brunt of his rage. Even though we were friends, even though we could joke around with each other, there were times when Kawase scared me. In that moment, where I was even too afraid to breathe, I realized something.
お前土足じゃないか。
君こそ裸足じゃないか。足が汚れるよ。
意味がわからん。いいから布団から足をどけろ。
はいはい。
Kawase said as he sat down on the desk beside the window and looked outside. I could tell from his eyes that he was in a bad mood.
なんなんだお前。おかしいぞ。いつもはもっと。
Blatantly snide with me, right? Kawase kept his face turned away as he continued speaking, his words limp.
そもそもなんで俺が君の批評を引き受けたかわからないか。ただ君そういうところあるから気をつけた方がいいよ。
Sides of me?
現実と空想がごっちゃになってる。困る人もいるんだよ。
Did I upset Kawase? What he had just said was pretty serious, so I was starting to feel kind of bad.
なあ、すまない。許してくれ、カオセ。
Kawase's gloomy face was reflected in the dingy window. He called me and pointed to something outside.
みなかみが来たみたいだよ。
みなかみ。
どうしたんだ血相変えて。
別に何も。それよりほら、この前の続きの原稿だ。
おお。
Minakami's face relaxed as he immediately dove into the manuscript. At that point, Kawase came down and Minakami gave him a troubled look.
久しぶりだな、川瀬。
いや、久しぶり。
Kawase wasn't giving it off the mood from earlier. Somehow, even he seemed to be back to normal. However, their conversation, which felt like it was between two strangers rather than friends, made me uncomfortable for a different reason.
3人揃うのは1ヶ月ぶりだね。
川瀬も忙しいんだな。
一番忙しいのはみなかみだろ。
俺いや、そんなことはないよ。昨日も今日も顔を出したし、週に3回はここに来てるんじゃないか。
And not every day, Minakami. How could you?
私とカーセは毎日会っているぞ。
See, how could you?
暇だな、お前らも。
It's because they're not reading 2,000 books a year.
悪かったな。
It wasn't like we planned it or anything, but if I happened to go to the cafe, Kawase would already be there. The opposite had happened before too. Although that may have meant that we actually did have a lot of free time.
ところで君、聖望は？
え？はあ。
Minakami suddenly touched his head as if he had just realized something was off.
どこかに置いてきたのかな。
またなくしたのか？というか、まだ見つかってないんじゃないのか？
なくした？ 毎日かぶる制帽？
正直言うとまだ見つかってない。電車の中に忘れてそれっきりだ。
君も結構抜けてるね。バカになる風邪を玉森くんから移されたんじゃない？
うん、そうかもしれない。
Minakami, how could you betray us like this?
うんじゃないだろう。否定しろ否定を。
Traitor, traitor. I've mentioned it before, but Minakami was an avid reader. He probably focused on his reading more than anything else. The most amazing thing about him was how once something captured his attention, he became blind to everything else around him. You could grab him by the shoulders and shake him, but unless his book got closed at some point, he wouldn't stop reading. There were also times he could continue holding a conversation as he read.
この前はおあいやと真正面からぶつかってたな。
うん、あれは本当に申し訳なかった。
なるほどね。だからそんなにくたびれてるのか。
Compared to Kawase's, Minakami's uniform was slightly faded. There was a difference between high-grade nori and the cheap yellow-tinted nori, but, well, in the end, they tasted the same. Kawase put on his cap and nori-like mantle.
さて、玉森くんのくだらない小説も破り捨てたし、俺はコーヒーでも飲みに行こうかな。
一仕事終えたみたいに言うな。
コーヒーって例の神田橋にあるカフェか。
そう。俺も玉森くんもずっとあそこのコーヒーにハマっててね。ついでに玉森くんの猫舌を直す練習をしてるんだ。
また意地悪なことを。
それじゃあね、水上にとことん甘やかされるといいよ。
Kawase opened his umbrella and left in a hurry. Why had he come? Why did he even come? Just to rip up my manuscript?
川瀬の批評はどうなったんだ？
別に何も、なんてことはない。
そうか。ひどく言われたんだな。
Minakami seemed to have figured it out. He'd probably guessed it earlier. I glanced at him, hopefully, but he didn't seem to be looking over my manuscript.
やっぱりこの原稿持ち帰ってもいいか？
え、ああ、構わないか？
講義の合間に出てきたんだ。すぐに戻らないと。
夜の活動には行けるのか？
もちろん。
ならいいのだ。
それまで俺の代わりになりそうなものを持ってきたんだ。
He handed me 5 reference books.
おい。
そう不機嫌な顔をするな。これは英文小説だから意味がわかれば楽しめると思うぞ。そうでもなさそうだな。
You think Tamori can read English?
ならさっさと行け。
ごめん、そうするよ。
Minakami smiled again and left. He was normally calm and easygoing, but today he seemed pretty busy. Yeah, Pineapple, I wasn't looking at my model, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course, that was dangerous, since he was prone to ignoring his surroundings. Come to think of it, something like that had happened a long time ago. He had been walking aimlessly on his way back from school while reading one of my manuscripts, so I was escorting him. Kawase had looked at us coldly and asked, "What are you guys doing?" But if I hadn't been there, Minakami would have been attacked by a wild boar or fallen into a rice paddy. Anyway, whenever Minakami was focused on something with all his heart, bad things happened. I immediately went after him. Oh!
Minakami!
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm sorry, guys.
どうした？
Minakami raised his voice a little, even though he was worried about people staring.
停滞に戻るんだろ？
ああ。
水道橋まで送る。
いいよ。店を開けっぱなしで出たらさすがに怒られるぞ。
店主は出かけている。どうせ客も来ない。
でも万が一。
I closed the shop doors. Minakami turned toward me, amazed. Then he slowly approached me.
客が来ないなら来ないなりに勉強でも。
新しい物語の構想が昨日浮かんだのだ。
There was a long silence. I knew the words Minakami was weak to. I ended up accompanying Minakami and walking down Hakusan Street.
で、そのカエル男は言うのだ。恨み晴らさでおくべきか。
自我を取り戻すのだな。
そう、カエル男は人間であったことを思い出し、自分を殺した男に復讐するのだ。そしてその後、カエル男は天使の助手となり、
それで
この物語は終わり。
そうか。なかなか怪奇な話だった。砕けた金平糖で口を切り、甘みの中にじわりと鉄の苦さを感じるような。
It was an everyday thing, but I can never really understand Minakami's critiques. Perhaps because he was son of a brewer, he had a sensitive tongue, and he often compared my stories to flavours and cooking. There were always impressions I didn't quite understand, but I could at least tell that he liked me.
お前は黙って聞いてくれるのだな。
黙って聞かずにはいられないよ。お前の話はいつも面白い。
だが、川瀬はその原稿を破り捨てたぞ。
え？
Minakami turned around when I stopped. We had reached Suedo Bridge before I knew it.
ありえない。あいつなんてことを。
いいのだ、どうせ猫も好かん。
犬も好かんだろ。
どっちだっていいだろう。雑食は雑食だ。
それもそうだな。だが畜生も好かないものを空いてる俺は
Oh,
一体何なんだろうな。
Minakami.
よっぽどの変人。
Minakami was a nice guy. I always thought Kawase and I were total opposites, but even Minakami and I were completely different people. If Kawase and I were duking it out in the Shura domain, then Minakami was looking down on us from the Deva domain. Yeah, how little you think of poor Minakami. He's doing so much. He's being so nice to you. Minakami laughed as he left. With no intention of saying anything else, I also turned around. But why? Why did my heart race with every step I took away from him? I made like turn back, so the bridge was there as usual. But Minakami was already disappeared into the crowd. From there, I rode the streetcar. Even if I went back to the shop, the only customer would be the guy with the eye patch. I didn't even notice the rain. I figured that lie would work, but there were plenty of excuses I could make so the shopkeeper would forgive me. I went my way past Jimbocho and Yumibachido and got off at Kanda Bridge. I saw Kawase's head through the window. I came in and sat across from him without waiting for a server. Kawase's face twitched as he closed the book.
なんで来たの？店番は？
お昼休みだ。それより何を読んでいたんだ？
知り合いの知り合いから借りた小説だよ。
Kawase tossed it at me, annoyed. He wasn't treating it like something he borrowed.
あ、ウォーマンイン？
あ、ウーマン・イン・グレイ。幽霊堂の原作。といえば君にもわかりやすいかな。
それなら私も読んだぞ。
I looked through it again, but I couldn't understand the English writing after all.
ほんとバカだね、君。ページをめくるのは左からでしょ。
わかってる。ただぼーっとしていただけだ。
君に勉強を教えるのは浅い皿に水を注ぐようなものだね。
意味がわからん。
今まさに水がこぼれたよ。
わからん。というか、私はこんなくだらないことを問答しに来たのではない。
I put the book on the tabletop and pushed it towards Kawase.
田舎みのことだ。 最近のあいつおかしいと思わないか？
おかしい。
今日もそうだ。さっき来てさっき帰った。
大方講義でもあるんでしょ。構ってくれないからってすねるなよ。
拗ねてなどいない。講義があるとは確かに言っていたが、いつものあいつな
How
ら
dare you not touch class and give me attention? I deserve the attention. Stop going to class.
あいつ一体何考えて。
だから言い知れぬ違和感を感じるのだ。
君の方がおかしいっていう考えはないの？
なんだと？
って君をバカにしたいところだけど、あいつがおかしいのはずっと前からだよ。久しぶりなんて嘘だ。俺は帝大で何度も水上を見かけてるよ。あいつだって俺を見かけてるだろ
なのに久しぶり。
あいつ俺を避けてるんだ。
Kawase lit a fresh match. Cigarette smoke gently drifted about. I brushed it away with my hand as I questioned Kawase.
避ける？お前を？
この前閲覧室で奴を見つけたんだけど、俺が本を選んで戻ってくるまでの間に。
どういうことだ？
俺に話しかけられると思って逃げたんでしょ。
The more I heard, the less I understood. It wasn't in Minakami's personality to dislike anyone. No matter how much of a brute Kawase was, I didn't think Minakami would do something so blatant.
さっき問い詰めてやればよかったな。
そんな野暮なことするわけないでしょ。だからここまで引いてやったのに。
Kawase let out a smoke-filled sigh. I couldn't believe he'd actually had a conversation with Minakami with that on his mind.
だがな。お前はいつからそう思っていたんだ？
帝大に受かってからだな。
1年も前からか？
He was a familiar face from the same village. They had even spent time together naked, and he still avoided Kawase? I pulled the ticket out of my pocket and scooted it toward Kawase.
狂える悪魔。再上映するのか？よかったね。
夜、東洋キネマで水上と待ち合わせしている。お前も来い。
俺は遠慮するよ。怪奇映画なんて興味ない。
幽霊島を読んでいるくせに何を言う？
だから知り合いの知り合いに押し付けられただけだ。ちょうど今読み終わったところだけど。
貴様、ルイコーの良さもわからんのか？
俺が読んだのは原作。アリス・マリエル・ウィリアムソンの方だ。ルイコーの本は読む気もしない。
ん？ちょっと待て。幽霊島の原作はファントムタワー。チョはベンリスンのはずだ。
ルイコーは嘘をついたんだろう。
嘘？
幽霊島は連載ものだから、完結した原作によってネタバレされないように配慮したんだろう。
そうだとしてもだ。なぜ
This is your publishing history lesson for Japan.
さあ、この功績を自分のものだけにしたいんじゃないか。
Kawase, are you a woman or a child?
ゲスな勘繰りだな。
君だったらそうしそうだと思って。
失礼な。いやしかしお前の知り合いの知り合いってやつはなかなか知見のある男なのだな。巷で幽霊島の原作はどこにあるかと騒がれている中で正解を見つけるとは。
けど本当のところはどうなんだろうね。俺はルイコーの方を読んでいないから。
なら私と照合すればいい。
じゃあどこから答え合わせをしようか。
舞台はイギリス。
イギリス。
主人公はまるで同クロー。
テレンス・ダークマ
そう、もうこの時点で違う。
はあ？日本人向けに主人公の名前変えるなんてよくあることでしょ。
あ、そうか。じゃあ怪美人として
Reverse fortification.
ほう。って名前を比べても無意味だって言ってるだろ
怪しい医者の名前は
う。ポール・レベル。だから
そこは一緒なんだな。
そんなことより物語の顛末を照合した方が手っ取り早い。
怪美人の正体は松谷秀子でも和田お夏でもなく 丸部春子で
ダークムーアのいとこだった。
Oh, the beautiful, mysterious woman's true identity, which is always in question, seemed to be the same, definitely. But more importantly, there were the main characters Darkmoor and Dokuro, but even the pronunciation was similar.
ああ、そうか。ルイコがこれを公にしなかったのは、利権や功績も関係なしに、この物語を自分だけのものにしたかったからなのかもしれない。
If I could get away with the same thing because it was a translation, I'd definitely do it too. If I had been the first person to read A Woman in Grey, I would have made it sure no one ever found out about the original story. If they were concerned about the rights or credit, they wouldn't attach the name of the original author in the first place, even if it was fake. The truly stingy, worst kind of writers were those who plagiarised and never mentioned the original author's name at all. Zero integrity. There's zero integrity. Writers feel like no integrity. That just makes me... There we go.
何が素直でどこがけなげなの。だいたい世に出してる時点でもう自分のものではないでしょ。
Kawase took a long drag from his cigarette. Once it had burned all the way to his mouth, he puffed out a huge gust of smoke.
で、ルイコがどうとか、今はどうでもいいのだ。今日の夜、3人で活動写真に行こう。何を笑う？
There's an awful chilling smile. At any rate, I could tell he wasn't interested. I put the ticket away, but he smiled even wider.
だから何なのだ？
水上は君のことが好きなんだよ。
はあ？
だから俺と君が一緒にいるの。
意味がわからん。
物好きだね。
Kawase was giving me the creeps.
自分が避けられる理由を真面目に考えろ、カーセ。
真面目に考えてこの結果だよ。水上は俺に嫉妬してる。残念な男だった。
それは結果ではなく悪口だ。だが、
It would be funny if I turned the joke around on him.
お前だって人のこと言えるのか？
I said, motioning past Kawase with my chin. In front of the counter were 3 waitresses huddled together and squealing. Of course, that waitress with the handkerchief was in the middle. To be honest, they were all cute, adorable even. Anyone would be crazy to be adored by the young ladies and not make a move on them.
あんな小娘、興味ないね。
下心は少しもないのか？
しょんべん臭い手が嫌いだ。
How can I put it? Kawase was over the top. The remarks he spat out were always sarcastic. I wasn't the only one who felt that way either. At the cafe, he would wipe his spoon with a napkin over and over again, but the worst was when he'd ask who had prepared his food. Honestly, it made me want to scare the hell out of Kawase at least once.
私は便所の後、手を洗わない。鼻もほじるし、頭がかゆければボリボリと素手でかく。お前はそんな原稿に触れてきたのだ。
Pineapple, how could you say this about Minakami who's done nothing wrong so far? I eagerly went to touch Kawase's hand. When I did, he suddenly grabbed me and brought his lips close to the back of my hand.
君は特別だ。とでも言うと思った。
Right when I thought he was going to touch his lips to my hand, he made a sound in his throat and spat on it.
貴様！
君の原稿を読んだ後もちゃんと手は洗ってるよ。ふやけるまでね。
潔癖症もそこまで来ると人間不信だな。
君みたいな不潔な人間がいるから嫌でもこうなるんだ。
信じられるのは自分だけ。あ？
それは語弊がある。
その通りだろ。どうせお前が触れられるのは花沢くらいか？
花沢って。ああ。
あ、
どうしたのいきなり。アホみたいな声出して。
Something had suddenly occurred to me. But before I get to that, I think I'll introduce you to him. There was one more friend we had in common, Hanazawa. He was 3 years older than us, so he would silently guide our unruly and rambunctious group. If Hanazawa said something, even the animal Kawase would obediently listen. Even now, Kawase would lower his eyes if he heard Hanazawa's name. Hanazawa, who was the first of us to graduate from middle school, left Aizu as a boy to enroll in a military academy. We hadn't seen or heard from him in 8 years.
もしかしたら水上のやつ、昨日花沢に会ってたのかもしれない。旧友に会いに行くと言っていた。
いや、それはないよ。
きっとそうだ。私たち以外の旧友なんて花沢しかないだろう。
嘘でもついたの。
嘘？
For some reason, Kawase's smile suddenly widened.
例えば女に会うとか、その女は本当にただの知人で君に嫉妬させたくないから。
だからさっきから嫉妬とか女とか何なのだ。私は水上にそういう意味で好かれているとは思っていない。
And I also didn't think Miyakami had met some women. Kawase's smile got even wider.
鈍感にも程があるだろ君。それともただ単に認めたくないだけか。
何？
だってよく考えてみなよ。いくら病的な愛所家だってつまらない話を手放して喜べるわけないだろ。
何が言いたいのだ。私はバカだからさっぱりわからん。
だからさっきも言ったけど、水上は君が好きなんだよ。君がクソみたいな小説を書こうと適当に喜べば君の機嫌を取れると思っている。
Okay, Pinat, that is a good accusation against it.
意味がわからん。
愚鈍だね。奴が君を褒めるのはおべっかだと言いたいんだ。
おべっか？
水上は君を喜ばせるために君の原稿を楽しむふりをしていたということさ。
だが待て、なら水上は私のどこに惹かれたと言うんだ。私の魅力は奇想天外な空想力でできていると思っている。しかしその魅力を否定するなら、水上は一体
Fantastic question, Tamamori. We'd all love to know.
それはそうだね。君にいいところなんて。
Kawase's serious face looked unusually perplexed. When I realized he was making the expression because he was trying so hard to figure out what Minakami had found so great about me, I felt like Kawase was looking at the face of a worthless idiot. Still, I never thought that the first argument I'd ever win against Kawase would be over something like this. No matter how long I waited for his comeback, it didn't seem to be on its way. I honestly wished he would object, but I wouldn't have been able to stand that either.
ともかくいい加減にしろ、カーテ。お前だって認めたくないだけだろ。
ちょっと黙っててよ。今必死に探してるんだから。
You've caused this man a breakdown because you have no good points.
水上がこっそり花沢と会っていることに嫉妬して、お前は事実無根を述べている。
なんだって。
お前は水上に嫉妬している。
違う。撤回しろ。
めめしいな、お前も。
いい加減黙れよ、君。
Boy, did we both have mud on our faces. When we realised neither of us had a leg left to stand on, we both fell silent. Then we looked up out the window and sighed.
暇だな。こうも苛立つのは低気圧のせいだ。
いつまで続くんだろうね。
Okay, I'm going to BRB real quick to get a drink and then I'll be back. I almost failed it because I was like, oh, there's a female need around.
Poggies!
Okay. Because these are reversed on the screen. Get ready. Over for it. That's only an ice, please. It's in an Ultra Ball, it's like level 4. Well, it's in 2 Ultra Balls and it's level 4. We got it. Second phase, shiny Nidoran. I got the BB. I'll be in trouble. Come! Pineapple, I think you got it. Take it off you. 10 gallon. It's not quite so I guess pipe if you're a industrial dig. Can I see the hat? How do I see the hat? Items. $10-gallon hat. How would I put the 10-gallon hat on? Fashion. 10-gallon hat. Fantastic. Exactly what I needed. Can everyone have the 10-gallon hat? Everyone can have the 10-gallon hat. Okay, I'm looking much better. Oh god. Oh. Oh, it won't let me save a screenshot of McLeon's 10-gallon hat. Okay, how are you feeling, bud? How are you feeling? Your 10-gallon hat. This is what sparks joy. I was just going to say Evie's looking your attention.
Yes, and I'm gonna give my cake baby some pets. But yeah, I don't usually go for the horror genre because usually it's like, time to stigmatize mental illness.
Yeah. I think you know the kind of horror I like.
The sexy ones.
Yes. Shiny Porygon, shiny Porygon, shiny Porygon!
No fucking way! Ganbare!
Gambare! Gambare at myself! Okay. This hand, Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball in that hand. And... Damn it! Stop moving, stop moving, stop moving! Porygon, this isn't funny. Porygon, not funny. Oh, damn it. I didn't click the get readies in time.
Oh no. Did it run?
It's gonna.
Hell.
Why is it not clicking? Okay, I hit it with one of the Pokeballs because it wasn't going into get ready on the other.
Oh.
Oh, it's gonna run, it's gonna run.
Porygons just be like, you know what would be funny? You know what would be fucking hilarious?
You know what would be funny? Me feeling this shiny.
Hilarious. It's like
Okay,
it's
it's
like the
shrunk.
Porygon I ran into jumped into your game.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Scooby-Doo.
Caught it!
Hey, fuck yeah!
Oh, finally! Finally, this hunt is over! Oh,
Straight Normie just pussied the fuck out.
scared of my amazing Porygon. Fog, fog, fog.
Thank you, Kronos. You are going to hell,
Hell
straight.
straight. Afterwards, Kawase left the cafe to go to his lectures at the Imperial University, and I was left to pass the time on my own. Whenever I was left alone like this, I would usually recall Kawase's annoying face and brood. But for once, the one on my mind was Minakami. Just who his old friend he met up with yesterday. This was Minakami, so I didn't think he would have plans to see a woman. He couldn't even look Madame or Izumi directly in the eye. There was just no way. Therefore, the most probable person was Hanzawa. It could only be him. But if Minakami was going to meet up with him, why hadn't he told me anything about it? Me, the most important person. How cold. It made me sort of uncomfortable. The waitress suddenly brought out my omelette rice.
遅いぞ。
すみません。忘れてました。
Compared to how she was with Kawase, her attitude toward me was totally different. I stuffed my mouth with all my rice as I stared out the window.
なんだ、まだいたのか。
あなたと帝大生さんって。
I immediately knew what her intentions were.
友人だ。
じゃあ、どこにお住みか知ってます。
知ってどうする。
カルスピお付けします。
She set the Calspy in her hand down with a clunk.
本郷三丁目に大きめの洋館があるだろう。わからなければ近所のやつに池田邸はどこですかと問えばすぐに教えてくれる。
そこにお住まいで。
家族の邸宅だ。知らぬ者はおらんだろうな。
そうなんですか。家族の家なんて憧れる。女中さんとか執事とか。
いや、一人だ。
家族の大きい邸宅にたったお一人。
ああ、わけあって今は一人で。
Wait, what was I going on about? I emptied my glass from one gulp and I gave it back to the waitress, then shooed her away with the back of my hand.
割に合わなくないですか？
無理に言って奴に見つかるようなことはするなよ。私から言えるのはそれだけだ。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
The waitress said, leaving in a huff. She was definitely going to go to Kawase's house. I didn't know what she was going to do when she got there, but it would be pretty funny if she ended up bothering him somehow. Still, what exactly did that waitress see in Kawase? There was what happened yesterday, and now she wanted to get close to him? What a freak. Haruhiko-san, the frogman, suddenly approached in front of him. Suddenly appeared in front of me.
随分長い昼休憩だな、玉本。
春彦さんとカエル男。
君はあの女給を気にしているようだな。
別に特別な気持ちはありません。確かに可愛い子だとは思っていましたが、ちょっと違和感を感じるというか。
違和感？
I looked at the waitress's back.
あれ、カツラですよね。
カエル男、見てきなさい。
The frogman waddled closest to the waitress, and when he was right behind her, his eyes got even wider. Haruhiko-san and I both lowered our glasses, looking through the lenses and confirmed what the frogman saw.
昨日カーセに掴まれたのを見ておかしいと思ったんです。
玉森君、確かに彼女は2つの髪質を持っているようだ。何か事情がありそうだな。
The frogman returned at that moment, and Haruhiko-san and I both fixed our glasses.
不思議だ。
髪は女の命という。美しく保つふりをするのも大変だな。
やはりそういうことですか。
Love came from a woman's gallant efforts. Kawase telling her to cut it was just sad. The waitress suddenly turned around. I thought her long hair was cuter than short. I thought long hair was cuter than short. When I confirmed that with my stare, the waitress frowned and went back to the kitchen. As soon as I was certain with my omelette rice, I wouldn't have any more business here.
わあ、3時間待った甲斐がある。
3 hours for omelette rice.
本当に。
It was raining and the streetcar was packed. That was probably because it would be a huge pain to walk around in this humidity. And for me, using the streetcar to go 2.5 miles had nothing to do with whether it was rainy or cloudy. Then I happened to look outside. I saw 3 umbrellas spinning as they ran by. I recognized those guys.
お風呂屋で見た子たちですね。
The moment I prayed they wouldn't get on, they noisily jumped onto the streetcar. I figured I'd move to the back to make room for the brats, but
昨日の浪人生じゃねえか。
ヒューヒュー。
なんだその冷やかしは。意味がわからん。
もっと奥詰めろよ。
Being bullied by
俺たち
children.
が乗れねえだろ。
そうだそうだ。
That's what I was trying to do.
な貴様ら、ここは公共の場だ。見よ、この冷ややかな視点に気づかぬか。
I said that, but when I glanced around, everyone was looking out the window and pretending not to notice us. They weren't completely indifferent, though. In the glass of the window, my eyes met with an unfamiliar man. If you feel the same, say something.
いいから静かにしていろよ。
I stepped farther back, and was instantly jostled around by the car. I and dropped my umbrella. I tried to pick it up, but it was squished and I couldn't move. That's when a pale hand picked it up.
これ
もうすまない。
おい、何拾ってんだよ。
ついごめん。
お前はほんと優しいな。
なんだかお兄さんがかわいそうで。
You're so cringe, feel the child feels sorry for you.
かわいそうなわけあるか。こいつは痛いけな少年に突然話しかける不審者なんだぞ。
What? That was how they saw me?
そうだ。昨日も言ったが、こいつも監視対象だってことを忘れるな。
でも昨日話しかけてきたのは僕たち不正規連隊の仲間になりたかっただけかも。
Naming a simple group of delinquents a regular regiment was pretty over the top. I was an adult. I had no intention of hanging out with those who were less mature. Only able to move one hand, I pat at the somewhat well-behaved one's heads, then hid myself deeper in the crowd. I was unbelievably thankful for the next stop was at Jimbocho. I didn't want to be in that cramped car any longer than necessary. As the streetcar passed me by, the twerps I pressed against the window and made weird faces, but I no longer paid them any mind. As long as I didn't ride the streetcar around this time of day, I wouldn't run into them. As long as I didn't go to the bathhouse around the same time as before, I'd be able to avoid them. Why were they making fun of me? The waitresses at the cafe seemed to be too. In the beginning, she'd been even more condescending. There were times where she wouldn't bring me a spoon no matter how many times I asked. That wasn't the only time I'd been viewed as an idiot. I'll never forget it. 2 years ago, we met an elderly man on the train heading to the capital. He had been somewhere near 75 and 80, between 75 and 80. He was the master of the Ikeda Manor, and he would eventually take Kawase as an adopted son. Go on, give me a second. Pardon. Ikeda, a mysterious old man who didn't know how much longer he had left, had grown quite fond of us young men, making our way to the capital to become the future of the nation, and told us we could rent a room at his mansion. Thank you for your kind offer, but we're already taken care of by a person named Toizumi. Don't bore him with all that, Minakami. Yeah, he's offering to do us a favour. We may as well not waste it. Minakami had sighed and said, "Please take care of these two," as he had bowed his head. When he told us he wanted to adopt us, the conversation gradually snowballed. His son proposed, so the grandparents decided left behind the country across Morant, so I, of course, hesitated, but Kawase immediately accepted. He had no one who came to mind back in the country. Right when this joke we shared as we travelled had started to have a tinge of truth to it, something happened that destroyed all my hopes. Someone had stolen my luggage. A young man with his hat worn low had run off with my bag, which I'd left in the aisle. With monkey-like reflexes, or maybe he really was a monkey, the thief had escaped my grasp. Before he could even reach the second car, he was jostled around by the crowd and started to slow down. I figured that now I'd be able to catch him, but he passed it along to the next thief. Honestly, I was also slowing down from exhaustion. Even when I yelled at thief, it was ground up the sounds of the crowd and the train as I was pushed further back. When he tried to disappear into the third rail car, Minakami shouted as loud as he could. A bag with 300 yen in it was stolen. Whoever gets it back will get half. What a huge lie. Well, look. Just like Minakami said, the look in everyone's eye had changed. With the power of maturity, my bag was instantly taken back from the thief and was suddenly being passed above the heads of the crowd. The moment it was finally back in my hands, the buckle in the bag snapped. What floated down inside the train car were my manuscripts. Manuscripts, and more manuscripts. Some grave miser must have tried to inch my bag open by force. One page was swept away by the wind, one fell far-sighted old lady's hand. Some landed on the heads of innocent bystanders, and one fell by my feet. Actually, it fell by Kawase's and Ikeda-san's feet as they came up to me and Minakami. Tamemori-kun, what's the meaning of this? Weren't you going to the capital to study to be a doctor? Of course. They say you know that what goes on in someone's head by the contents of their bag, but what's all this? You should learn from Kawase-kun. I don't really want to remember what happened after that. I'd gotten drunk and ended up between two of the rail cars, sobbing on and on. Minakami was the only one who had me go back to my seat with a worried look on his face. Anyway, I had filled Ikeda-san at first, and even the shopkeeper at Umebachido. I mean, even if I had used some underhanded techniques. Why were children the only ones who didn't fall for it? That was probably why I would never like children for as long as I lived. When the sun was completely set and I got back to Umebachido, a man who was there twirling his umbrella. He seemed bored. He stopped, startled, when he saw me making my way back.
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
お店、今日はお休みなんですか？
今開けます。
I said as I put my hands on the doors.
鍵とかないんですね。
何か？
いえ、何でもありません。
He was kind of a gloomy guy. I told him to come in, but he just fidgeted, showing no signs of
今
entering.
日は本を買いに来たんじゃないです。
Pineapple, do you not want a tin watering can goldfish watering can made of tin?
金魚上路返してほしいなら返します。
いえいえ。
It must have been something that was pretty important to him. It's not like I wouldn't return it if he told me to. But he waved his hand and shook his head as if to tell me not to worry
もら
about
っ
it.
てください。それは君への贈り物みたいなものですから。
はあ？お名前は？
僕、氷川と申します。
すみません。失礼ですが、あなたと以前会いましたっけ？いかんせん、興味のないことはすぐ忘れてしまうもので。
Tamamori, what is fucking wrong with you? I'm concerned about him. He has to put up with this.
いえ、僕が君に出会ったのは1ヶ月前が初めてです。
That was when I began working at Umebachido, so of course the name Hikawa wouldn't sound familiar to me. I knew it, he was the weird one.
とある本を探していて、この梅鉢堂なら題名だけで本を探せると噂に聞き、やってきたのが始まりでした。
長くなりそうですか？
ごめんなさい。
Yeah, honestly, by now. He eventually closed his umbrella and came inside.
実は僕、君の原稿を読んだのは昨日が初めてじゃないんです。初めてこの店に来た時も、君は床に突っ伏して原稿を書いていました。鳩人間と物乞いのお話とか、キャラメルと三角定規が格闘するお話とか、面白くて。
It didn't feel so bad to hear all that. I grinned as I took a step closer to him.
さっき伺ったお名前何でしたっけ？
氷川喜十郎と申します。博士と呼んでください。
博士？
I wasn't even going to ask what his field of study was. Maybe professor was something like a nickname. If it was a nickname, I had one too.
私は玉も。
玉森くんですよね。
え？
原稿の著名にそう書いてありましたから。嬉しいな。
Formerly a weirdo, currently a nutcase.
それで探していた本は見つかったんですか？
いえ。でももういいんです。僕は今君の原稿に夢中なので。
私の原稿に。
The man, or rather, professor, was slowly coming closer.
今日店番が終わったら僕の家に来てくれませんか？
え？
君とじっくり。それはじっくりとお話ししたくて。
申し訳ありませんが、私は浪人生の身。怠惰に過ごしている時間はないのです。
ええ。
そういうことですので。
いつなら時間をいただけますか
？1年はかかるでしょう。
残念です。実はもう君をもてなす茶菓子や料理も用意してしまっていて。
茶菓子と料理？
はい。
1年と言いましたが、ちょうど明日の夜が空いています。
本当ですか？
はい、今日の夜でもよかったのですが、東洋キネマの方に野暮用がありまして。
Come down to my house, I'll give you food. Alright, sure thing. Anything you say, sir.
写真にお忙しいんじゃ。
活動写真は風俗研究の一環です。
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。嫌わないでください。
As his face turned red, Professor withdrew like a turtle hiding from a bear
それでは
from
明日の
harassment.
夜、君を迎えに行きます。それでは。
And with a somewhat nervous look on his face, he skipped away. Even though I'd been lured by tea snacks into accepting, the day itself was guaranteed to be a pain. It depended on how I happened to be feeling when the time came. I honestly couldn't have cared less whether he liked me or not. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. I still had time before the movie. I'd have liked an airplane though, I muttered by the register as I rocked the goldfish watering can Professor had given me. I'd had a feeling, but no customers came after that. The shopkeeper hadn't returned either. It was time to close up shop, so I shut the doors and started walking towards Toyo Cinema. When I began to stroll down Hakusan Street, I heard angry shouting coming from somewhere. I looked across the street and saw a soldier and a drunk arguing. After the Navy had been reduced and disarmament enforced, the harsh criticism soldiers received had gotten worse, despite their pampered status not so long ago. The military was getting hit hard, and now the world was a rough place for soldiers. Maybe someone like me, who was hooked on tea and sweets, had it good. There was a crowd forming outside Toyo Cinema, so the show must have been starting soon. Toyo Cinema was a movie theatre that had just opened a year ago, and if that wasn't awesome enough, in order to attract customers, it would borrow films, like today's movie, from Nikatsu and rerun them. It felt kind of strange when I thought about how all the people here liked horror films. It wasn't as crowded as Asakusa Roku, but I liked it here more, with its gloomy atmosphere. When the doors opened, the crowd began to move. I figured if I stood there, Minakami would show up eventually. I strained my eyes, but I couldn't find that cap ahead of his at all. Maybe he'd gotten lost in the crowd. For now, I looked at the ticket and checked my seat number. I wasn't a child, things came up. Shit happened. I followed the back of the crowd and entered Toyo Cinema. I watched by the people who were already seated and sat down in my own seat. The one next to me was completely empty, of course. 5, then 10 minutes went by. They didn't seem to be coming. Eventually, all the seats except Minakami's had been filled, and the entrance was blocked by the standing customers. Minakami. I'm not sure if your luck is really good or really bad. I crushed the damp half ticket in my hand, then stuffed it deep in my pocket. Now then, let the curtain rise. When it comes to the right eye, there's also a left. A right hand and a left hand, a right brain and a left brain. The body is split in 2 halves. You only have 1 heart and 1 stomach, but there is more than enough proof that people can also have 2 personalities. Dr. Jekyll was a man wavering between good and evil. Through rigorous research to find the evil within him, he eventually awakens the scoundrel Mr. Hyde. Split personalities. I never doubted that I was me. That may have been because I knew I was a half-assed person and accepted my own darkness. The movie was over. People began to silently head home. A horrible man let out a long yawn. I watched the crowd leave as I glanced at the empty seat beside me. It was a seat right in the centre. If Minakami had tried to come in after the film started, people would have complained, so he wouldn't have had any other choice but to stand and watch. Suddenly, someone came up behind me.
遅かったな。
The person standing beside me was a caramel seller.
本日の上映は終了しました。
When I finally looked around, I saw that the theatre really was empty.
連れが戻ってこないのだ。
お連れさんってどんな方？
おかっぱ頭で目が細く。
ああ、その人知ってますよ。で、
ならなぜあいつを知っているのだ？
今日の昼に来ていたからです。
He'd come to the matinee showing of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
お兄さん、その人のこと調べてるんすか？
調べてるというわけではないが。
What did this mean? We had definitely agreed to meet for the evening show. Perhaps seeing through my shortcomings, the caramel seller smiled cruelly.
これ以上聞きたいなら、それ相当のものくれないと。
遅くまでご苦労。もう結構だ。
The look he made told me he didn't care. I stood up from my seat and passed the frigid guy. As usual, it was pouring outside. I stared out at the rain for a while, the lightning flashing down. I returned to the lobby, but no matter how long I waited, it didn't look like Minakami was coming. A fly tirelessly flew around and around as an exposed light bulb. A fly tirelessly flew. I found myself starting to fidget as I watched its shadow on the floor. I was annoyed. It was making me wait alone in a place like this.
あれ、お兄さんまだいたの？
わかっている。
約束の時間、間違えちゃったんじゃないですか？
断じてない。
どうだか。お兄さん抜けてそうだし。
私は客だぞ。なんだその口の聞き方は。
Tamamori? Tamamori? Have we seen the mirror recently? Tamamori? Hello? Tamamori?
常識ある客なら閉店前に帰ってください。
Why was everyone treating me with such contempt? I directed my childish rage towards Minakami. Minakami was a pretty mysterious guy. What made him mysterious was something not even I as a writer could explain. How could I put it? He was way too nice. He was always smiling, no matter what kind of foolish thing Kawase or I did. It may have shocked him, but it never made him hate us. When I told him, "Look, a bird is flying by," he took his eyes away from his book and said, "So there is." He'd once read a book on the different species of birds, that's why I brought up the subject. But he didn't say anything else. It was only when I asked him about how birds fly that he began to gush. Quiet and reserved, Minakami was a walking encyclopedia. I had the feeling that he was like a deep lake that made no waves. That's the kind of guy Minakami was. It was mysterious, even for him. To make plans, but then go see the same film at noon and disappear at night. Right, it was mysterious. Anyway, there was only one way to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling. I crossed the bridge and headed towards Goishikawa. That was where the nostalgic Koizumi residence was. The madam of the house hated me. She would even give Minakami more food than me during meals. The snake-eyed umbrella that old hag carried around really suited her. I obviously couldn't ask her directly if Minakami was home. If I circled around to the back, his room would be. At that moment, the sliding door rasped open and Madame came out. I immediately hid behind a telephone pole. The old hag really was sharp.
そこのオンボロ傘はタマさんじゃありませんか。ごきげんよう。ごきげんよう。何用かしら。今日は私急いでますね。すみません。何でもありません。そう。私これからお留守にするけど勝手に上がらないでちょうだいね。みなかみはああみなさんなら活動写真に行くとかで出かけましたわ。怪奇映画の招待券を差し上げたのよ。出かけたのはいつ頃ですか。
The old woman grinned.
何も知らないということは何も聞かされていないということ。私も詳しいことは知りませんけど。
She stared at me as if evaluating my worth, then started to hurry past. Suddenly, she stopped right next to me and scoffed.
靴だけはおきれいね。ありがとうございます。褒めてるんじゃないよ。せいぜいきれいに使いなさい。
Leaving me with her confusing insult, she disappeared into the fog. I felt the years of my life return when the sound of her footsteps vanished. But why wasn't Minakami home? I doubt he is still at the Imperial University's library. With nowhere to go, I stood there for a while. That was when a young man ran right past me.
直し君。ちょっと待ってくれ、話を。
He had already disappeared into the house. I helplessly pulled back my outstretched hand and I put it into my sleeve. I let out a sigh for the 100th time. Naoshi Ozumi, Naoshi-kun, was Madame's only son. He didn't go to school because he was sickly or something. It wasn't like he was a shut-in. He hung around Jinbocho. He didn't seem to have a very good relationship with Madame, so they purposely went out of their way to avoid each other. That alone was reason enough for Naoshi-kun and I to get along. I want to come in and visit you, Naoshi-kun. He would probably see through a scheme like that. I ended up circling around the back of the house and peeking through the gaps in the fence in front of Minakami's room. The lights weren't on. It didn't look like he had come home, just like Madame had said. I pulled my face away from the fence and shook off the droplets of water. Then lifting my chilled head towards the rainy sky once more. I made some kind of mistake. Maybe we weren't supposed to meet at Toyo Cinema, but at Sudo Bridge. We had met at Sudo Bridge both we had met up at Sudo Bridge both the time we went to Asakusa Junigai and when we went to Ginza. But when we went to Toyo Cinema last month, we had met at the theatre. There was one last possibility. Maybe we hadn't really had plans to meet in the first place. No. I rode the streetcar in total confusion and returned to Umebashido in a daze. Lightning spilled into my room before I could even turn on the light. That's when I saw the unbelievable scene before me. My goldfish was floating. When I turned on the light, the unmistakable reality finally burned itself into my eyes. When I fell to my knees and got closer, the strong smell of death hit my nose. I was in total shock. I folded an error-laden manuscript page and placed it over the fishbowl. They say goldfish don't die, they ascend to the big fishbowl in the sky. It felt better to say it about a fish that had passed away on its own than one that had died on a cutting board. Well, that was the gist of it anyway. I wasn't sure what made this goldfish special, or even what sort of personality it had, but I avoided using the word died. It wasn't of affection, but because I knew death was something repulsive. Once it stopped raining, I'd given it a proper burial. I lay down on the futon and had never bothered to put it away and remembered Minakami. The guy had probably gone off somewhere. For some reason, I was surprised by how quickly I accepted that. The rain beat steadily against the window. When I happened to turn onto my back and look up at the sky, I could see the shape of the sun behind the clouds. Morning had come at some point. I turned off the light I'd left on all night, then lay on my stomach. I must have been feeling so lazy because of the bad weather. The most troubling affliction in the world wasn't stiff shoulders or a sore stomach. It was listlessness like this. When it got really bad, the whole day went to waste. I couldn't manage to wake up this morning, so I was going to be late for work, and any plans I had for afterwards would be more trouble than they were worth. I hope you can understand, boss. Just when I figured I'd go back to bed, something hit the tatami with a clack. It was like someone had struck a wooden clapper from a kabuki show right beneath me. I couldn't sleep with all that noise, so I hurriedly ran downstairs. Fine up just calling themselves out. Kawase coming on the first floor. He had a handkerchief pressed against his nose and a mouth and was holding a broom in his other hand. Apparently he had been striking the ceiling with the handle. When he saw me, he politely handed me the broom.
朝から一体何なんだ。起こしたいなら2階に来ればいいだろう。
そうしようかと思ったんだけど、ここは土足厳禁って思い出してね。
ほうきで天井を叩くのも普通に厳禁だ。
君ってほんと他人に厳しいよね。
Kawase struck a match.
おい、タバコも厳禁だと言ってるだろう。
古本は箔がついてこそだって言ってなかった？
ヤニの汚れは箔とは言わん。
Kawase leaned against the bookshelf with a thud and let out a long, thin stream of smoke. There was plenty I wanted to say about that attitude of his, but I dragged myself to the register instead.
本当に何なんだ。ただ嫌がらせに来たわけではあるまい。
そうなんだけど、しかしここにある本を全部読むなんて。
昔からそういうやつだったろう。
そういえば昔から狂ってると思ってたよ。
While we were learning grammar particles, he had been reading Kyoka Izumi's The Poor People's Club. I'd never once thought he was normal, though he didn't surprise me anymore. But Kawase was looking at the bookshelves with awfully fresh eyes.
俺は結局、水上のことを何も理解できなかったな。
理解しようとしなかったの間違いだろ。
言えてるね。そういう君は理解できてた？
私は少なくともそのつもりでいた。例えば、奴は突拍子もない世界が好きなのだ。自分の知見と重ならない常識外れの物語を特に好む。類行とか旧作とかな。
それにしては同じ本を2度読まない。
なあ。
本当に好きな物語だったらさ、擦り切れて穴が開くほど読み込むはずだよね。
He muttered, his eyes somewhat vacant. He wasn't looking at the bookshelves. From the start, it had been as if he were staring out at some scene in the distance.
擦り切 れるってのはよっぽどじゃないか。
でも俺はそういう人間を知ってる。
へえ、本当に好きな小説ならば鑑賞用と消耗用と保存用の3点は必須だが、
その人の場合手元にあるのは消耗用の1点だけだった。
誰の話してるんだ？
ああ、脱線したね。水上の話だった。
Kawase blew out some smoke, then he took in another puff. I was wondering why he was speaking so calmly. The whole thing was making me feel uneasy.
それでもあいつは一度読んだだけで何もかも記憶できるから本を読み返す必要はないのかな。
おそらくそれだな。ちなみに私も本を読み返さないが理由はそれだ。
君とはちょっと違うだろう。奴は小学校の教科書から何まで全部記憶してる。君の場合は自分に都合のいいことだけだ。
I can remember interesting words and passages. I had most of Reiko's works memorized, for example. I was confident I could get every word of his correct from the first page down to the release date and publishing details. But it was strange. If I didn't like it, if it was a tough read, or if I had even the slightest prejudice toward it, the paper itself looked completely blank to me. That happened to me during the Imperial University's entrance exam, and that's why I'd been to frantically search for the questions on blank pages. The result, as you know, was failure. But Minakami was different. Just like Kawase mentioned, that guy could remember everything, from his elementary school textbooks to what he had for breakfast over a decade ago, as if he had been reading them out of a diary. That was probably the main reason he never read the same book twice. But why was Kawase bringing that up now?
用がないなら帰ってくれ。お前だってそろそろ講義の時間だろ。
ここへ来るのに欠席の連絡を入れてるから、それに関して心配ないよ。
そんなに私といたいのか？
いや、どこから話せばいいのかわからなくて。
どこからって。早くから私を叩き起こした起因たる旗迷惑な本題にまだ入っていないのか？
早くからって言うけど、もうすぐ昼だよ。
That's a call out for some of the chat. I was directing my boiling anger towards him, but meanwhile Kawase seemed to be avoiding my eyes. He finally lowered the brim of his cap, casting a shadow over his expression.
君は昨日の夜、どこで何してた？
東洋キネマだ。活動写真に行っていた。
一人で？
一人ってなぜそれを？
水上に一人で活動に行けって言われたの？
奴は来なかったのだ。だから何なのだ。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言え。
水上が死んだんだ。心当たりはないかと思って聞きに来たんだけど。
For no particular reason, Kawase dropped his cigarette and snubbed it out with the toe of his shoe.
おい待て、ここは道路じゃないんだぞ。
ああ、ごめん。やばいな。動揺しているかもしれない。
もう何回目だその動揺は。ってだから水上がどうしたって？
柳橋の下に引っかかってたんだって。
Yanagi Bridge? The bridge in Asakusa? The one that passed Ochanomizu at the end of the Kanda River? I had only heard the names, but in my confusion, the geography wasn't coming to mind.
今朝俺の家に電話がかかってきたんだ。
行くってどこへ？
浅草警察署の死体安置所だ。身元確認を頼まれている。
一ついいか？
何？
お前は一体何の話をしているんだ？
水上が。
I said something brief to the shopkeeper, then rode the streetcar of Kawase. There seemed to be a lot of people wearing face masks. Visible germs scattered around with all the coughs and sneezes. Kawase, the germaphobe that he was, seemed to have decided to spend nearly an hour-long trip holding his breath and didn't move an inch the entire time. I just looked in the opposite direction with my mouth agape, like a goldfish. We got off which in Tokiwa a bridge and transferred to the Machi line and came to Asakusa Bridge. After walking for a while, we stood in front of Asakusa Police Station's South Motomachi's branch. That's when we finally spoke.
嫌だったら来なくていいんだよ。
何も恐れることはない。
カフェでも行こうか。
ああ。
When we got back to the cafe near Kanda Bridge, we ordered our usual coffees. Kawase sipped his, but mine was getting cold as I stirred it with my spoon for the 100th time. What was I so sad about? There was no mistake. That corpse was Minakami's.
冷たかったね。死んでるとは思えなかった。
He was just looking like he was sleeping, seemingly oblivious that he was bound for his grave.
水上は死んでいない。水難者は上がったというのだ。水上は。
だがあいつには首を絞めた跡があった。長い紐も見ただろう。水死じゃない。首吊りだよ。
首吊り。誰がそんなこと。
誰かって。警官も自殺ですって言ってただろう。
自殺なんかするわけない。誰かが水上を考察して川へ投げたのだ。
君っては本当に話を聞いていないな。水道橋に同志の紐が結んであったと言っただろ
う。だからなんだというのだ。
橋から落ちた拍子に首の骨が折れて即死。その後紐が切れて川に落ち、流れて柳橋だ。
殺されたのだ。
あのね、君。
Kawase was about to let out an annoyed sigh, but he suppressed it and seemed to finally give up.
でも
Probably not, Katie.
物語を読んできて、人生最後に選んだ物語が狂える悪魔。魅力があるとは思えないんだけどな。
水上はなぜ帝大に行かなかったのだろう。
え？
なぜ私に嘘をついて昼の部の活動写真を一人で見に行ったのだろう。
玉森くんがわからないんじゃ、もう誰にもわからないよ。
Or there was another possibility. Maybe he'd gone to see it with someone else.
通り魔の仕業だ。神保町に現れる怪人の話だ。
それは君の空想の話だろう。夜な夜な人をさらう怪人とか言う。
だから現実に怪人はいるのだ。
いろいろやばいよ、玉森くん。
みんな傘を差して自分の足元しか見ていない。だから誰が誰を川に突き落とそうと見ていない。目撃者がいないのはそういうことだ。
誰も現場を見ていないのはそういうことかもね。
だろう。
でも自殺だよ。
Suicide? Wasn't suicide the perfect suspected cause of death a culprit could hope for? Dear Kawase, accept that so readily.
お前、それでも友達か。
友達だからこそ自殺の理由を探してあげてるんじゃないか。
Understanding that was Kawase's way of showing kindness, I lowered my raised fist. Kawase was the same as me. He couldn't understand any of it either. But the reality was that we were beginning to think of how we would mourn for Minakami in our own ways. If at all possible, I would have liked to feel the same as Kawase, but it was...
差し置くわけがない。
差し置く？誰が？
The background music in this game's really good. I've used this in streams before when I've needed background music. Minakami had crammed the impression of all the books he had read into his notebook, but my name wasn't in there at all. Not even the character for Tama and Tamamori. The character for Mori wasn't in there either.
もしかして君さ、君は水上が死んだことより、水上が自分に何も残さなかったことに。
Not understanding what he meant, I fell silent. Kawase suddenly laughed.
そりゃ二重にショックだよね。あいつ、あんなに君に惚れてたのにさ。俺が死んでも、君はそんな風に悲しんでくれる。
はあ？ 当たり前だろ。
どうして？
友達だからに決まってるだろ。お前も水上も。
They were my friends, Minakami, Kawase, and even Hanazawa, who wasn't there. We were childhood friends who had been together for as long as I could remember. I could even call them my best friends. I could probably call Kawase a bad friend, but Minakami and I were friends bonded by pure trust and friendship.
さっきから何が言いたいのだ。
Dama can also mean
前まで
ball.
おかしくなったのか。
Just saying. Balls of death.
おかしくなっちゃいないさ。ただ自分があまりにも薄情な人間だと思ってる。その友達が死んだのに涙の一つ流れやしない。
そんなめめしい真似できるわけない。
あいつとの思い出の一つや二つも思い出せない。
それはさすがに薄情すぎる。
だったら友達って何なんだろうね。どうしてこんな俺を後始末に選んだんだろう。
Kawase's address and phone number were scribbled in the back of Minakami's notebook. He hadn't even chosen me to handle his final affairs. The question Kawase had asked himself sounded more viciously sarcastic than usual to me.
じゃあな、店に戻る。
そう、明日の昼水上を田舎に連れ帰ることになってる。君も俺と一緒に来なよ。
いかん。
どうして？ついでにおばあちゃんに元気な顔を見せてもやるよ。
あんなど田舎二度と戻りたくない。
あ、そう。
ただいま戻りました。
はい。
I got to work as usual. It felt like the shopkeeper's voice was awfully close. His shadow clung to the shoji.
ご友人でしたか？
はい。上がっていたのはいつも本を借りに来ていた友人に間違いありませんでした。
そうですか。ご愁傷さんです。
店を閉めてすみません。
いえいえ、今日は休んでいてもいいんですよ。
もう店は閉められませんから。
Tried saying something sincere, but deep inside I just wanted to lie down, bury my face in my pillow until I could barely breathe.
天使も夜は気をつけてください。
Pineapple. Sometimes he insults the only customer they have. A very important work.
怪人？
ええ、どうやらこの神保町に怪人が現れるようなんです。
君は風の噂を信じているのかい？いえね。君はまだ物語の中にいるようだから。
Stories?
現実は探偵物語じゃないのだよ。現実の犯人は限られた中にしかいない。あるいは犯人などいない。
あなたに何がわかるんですか？
He's just writing his manuscripts, of course.
君が文士として成長する良い機会かもしれませんよ。
人が死んだのに成長？
あなたはご友人を失った。失った分は何かで補わなければいけません。
そんな合理的に言われても。
でも君なら理解できるはずです。分かってほしいのは私なりに君を励ましてるつもりだってことです。
Losing Minakami was like losing a piece of myself. Look for that piece and hang on to it. That must have been what the shopkeeper was trying to say. The cold way he said it, though, disregarded my personal feelings and made me face a logical reality. But if I were the shopkeeper, I probably would have said the same thing. If I were to take it in a broader sense, it was like he was saying I should be thankful I was still alive. I thought that was reasonable. But at the moment, those words didn't resonate with me at all. Because although I understood I had lost Minakami, I didn't feel any sense of emptiness or loss. It must have been because of this terrible, uncomfortable feeling I had.
すみません。嘘をつきました。
はて、嘘とは一体何だろう。
全然辛くないんです。昨日まで会っていた知人が死んだのに、全然悲しくないんです。
I would never see the carefree face ever again. I would never hear that laid-back voice ever again. I did my best to understand that.
私は最低な人間なのかもしれません。
その自覚があるだけで、あなたは十分善人ですよ。ね。
I lay across the counter. I thought if I put my face down, the tears would flow. But behind my eyelids, what surfaced clearly was Minakami's profile as he read a book. I wondered how much time had passed. The clock on the wall informed me it was 5. When I happened to lift my face, Professor was there.
玉森くん、こんばんは。
Yeah, Kate, I'm like, you're reading a lot into the subtext of what he said.
こんばんは。
お迎えに上がりました。
迎え？
約束したじゃないですか。今日は僕の家に来てくれるって。
I promised something so annoying, hadn't I?
休養があるんです。また空いてる時でいいですか？
玉森くんも意外とお忙しいんですね。ごめんなさい。失礼なことを言ったなら謝ります。
本を買うんですか？買わないんですか？
買います。
Professor said as he thrust his hands onto a shelf and pulled out some
これ
books.
全部買います。
I could see there were at least 10 books. I counted 2, 4, 6, 8, but my finger had cramped part way, so in the end I stopped counting.
2円です。
高っ。レコードが買えちゃいますね。
買えないなら戻してください。
買います。もうお店閉めちゃうんですか？
言ったでしょう。休養があるんです。
そうですか。一つご提案があるんですが。
Anyway I looked at it, Professor was a strange man. I watched our earlier conversation play out through the window as I rode the swaying streetcar.
玉森くんの代わりに僕が店番しておきます。
いいんですか？
はい。明日はお休みなので時間はたっぷりとあるんです。
じゃあお願いします。6時になったら店を閉めて勝手に帰ってくださいね。
はい。
お礼と言ってはなんですが、好きな本を好きなだけ読んでいてください。
そんなお礼だなんて。僕は君の力になりたいだけですよ。
I thought he was just some weirdo, but he was actually a pretty considerate weirdo.
それでも
玉森くん、うまく言えないんですが、元気出してくださいね。
I was headed to the Izumi residence where Madame lived to ask her to let me into Minakami's room. Yeah, capitalism win. But even a strange-like professor could see through my weakness. I probably wouldn't have the strength to ask Madame for anything in my current state. In that case, there was always Kawasei's pillow. I jumped off the streetcar and headed toward Ikeda where Kawasei lived. It was the home of a nobleman, so, of course, it was a grand western-style residence. Yeah, correct, Avaki. The neighbour's house was as far as the distance between 2 streetcar stops. Just walking there was a lot of work. I tried checking the iron gate first before ringing the doorbell. It seemed like I wouldn't be able to get in, so I rang the doorbell more than was necessary. When I did, sure enough, Kawase came out with an ogreish look on his
うる
face.
さいな。こんな日暮れに何の用だよ。
寝てたら面倒なので叩き起こしてやったのだ。
復讐のつもりかい。
待て待て、話を聞いてくれ。
で、何？
これから水上の下宿先に行ってあいつの荷物をまとめるのだ。
水上の遺品は明日の朝まとめるつもりだけど。
朝だと遅すぎる。あのババアが水上の大事なものを捨ててしまうかもしれん。
そんなわけないでしょ。行くなら一人で行って。
釣れないことを言うな。な？
俺は玉森くんと違って忙しいんだ。ほら、帰った。
He was annoyed about something. When I scrambled up the iron gate and landed on his side, he froze and his jaw dropped. He then turned his back to me and quickly headed back into the mansion. I immediately raced forward and somehow managed to catch up to him.
出てって。
頼む。
I swept up the droplets from my umbrella and flung them at Kawase. He instantly backed away from me until he was against the wall.
玉森くん、いい加減にしろよ。
お前はあのババアがどんな人間か知らないから安心できるのだ。
奥さんを嫌う理由もわかるけど、2年もタダで住まわせてもらっただけありがたいと思いなよ。
ありがたいものか。私の飯はいつも水上の半分で、味噌汁の具だって合ってないようなものだった。
贅沢すぎるよ君は。
ともかく面倒ごとを嫌うあのババアがこうしている間にも水上の所持品を捨ててしまうかもしれんのだ。
うわ、水気を飛ばすな。
なあ、頼む。
うっとうしいやつだ。
Unreasonably stubborn Kawase was becoming more and more angry. I thought his increasingly bad mood was due to the rain, but I suddenly noticed the dirty floor. A man's large footprints were plastered on its surface, and they weren't Kawase's.
誰か人を招いているな。
だから君は帰れって言ってるんだよ。
窮地の私と客人どちらを優先するのだ。
は？客人に決まってるでしょ。
Then all I had to do was make the guest leave. Kawase was a germaphobe, so he wouldn't be able to touch me. As long as I flicked water at him, he wouldn't come after me. I proceeded to do so, putting some distance between us and showing myself to the parlour. With Kawase blocking my way, I had no trouble figuring out where it was. Once his back was completely against the doors, though, he glared at me as he trembled all over.
いい加減にしないと本気で怒るよ。
下宿先に行くと一言言えばいいのだ。
だから明日の朝行くって言ってるでしょ。
明日の朝では遅い。
君ってやつ。
Hey, Pineapple, are you still there? Are you cooking? Hey, congrats on getting in. Sorry, Chai. I had a feeling Chai wasn't going to be too helpful with that. Hello. Hey, Pineapple. I'm just saying, Pineapple, isn't this a Shiro face? Kawase would probably give in if he kept repeating. Kawase would probably give in if we kept repeating this exchange over and over again. So I thought, but neither his eyes nor his mouth relaxed.
どうせ水上の衣装でも探すつもりだろ。
そうではない。私が探したいのは。
Wait, we haven't got that far. Currently, someone is dead. I said before shutting my mouth. But, you know, it's normal for these. Perhaps realizing my true motives, the usual sneer came to Kawase's face.
俺を頼らないでくれる。自分のことは自分で。
I mean, you ain't wrong.
川瀬、言ってやったらいいんじゃないか。
Hey, Pineapple, I also wanna just blow your mind. This character that's about to be introduced is voiced by Hayata from Ultra C. A deep admonishing voice boomed from behind Kawase. I didn't recognise it, but whoever it was sounded awfully friendly with Kawase. I tilted my head, confused. He hated anyone actually calling him Kawase. Most importantly, his current last name was Keda, so this person had to be an old friend from before then. Since Kawase didn't have any other friends I knew about, and it couldn't possibly be him.
川瀬
黙ってて。
川瀬俺の相手よりもそっちを優先してくれ。俺も水上の死について気になっていることがある。
お前もしかして。
Suddenly the door shook. Kawase desperately and stubbornly secured them with his hands behind his back.
おい、
何にもない。何にもいないから。
これでいないはないだろう。
Kawase finally turned his body around and pushed against the doors.
玉森君、早く帰ってくれ。
Guess I had no choice. I pulled up my umbrella again, turned it towards Kawase, and flapped it open and closed. Taking a hit from the spray, Kawase let out a low groan and moved away from the doors. When I put my hands on the doors in his place, he looked away with a face that seemed to say he didn't care anymore. Before I opened it myself, I knocked on the parlour door politely. His guest no longer seemed to be by the door, so I put my hand back on it.
失礼。
The soldier fell heavily into a chair. In his right hand was a pipe. On the table was a military-issue sword. I definitely recognised that stern face.
花沢。
久しぶりだな、玉森。
Neither his eyes nor his brows moved an inch. Once his mouth had moved to speak. His voice had changed, but it was unmistakably Hanazawa.
久しぶりって何年音信不通だと思ってるんだ。
5年になるか。
8年だよバカ。
バカって君ね。
Kawase still looked immensely pissed. He watched me walk around Hanazawa like I was a fly.
さあ、早く帰ってよ。
ちょっと待て川瀬。これは一体どういうことだ。
I set my hand on Hanazawa's shoulder. As a man, I couldn't help but admire his well-built physique, which was apparent even through his uniform.
川瀬から何も聞いていなかった。
He's actually been in nothing. He is a very new voice actor. He's been in this. He was in an Ultra C, and I don't think he has any other credits. He has drawn fan art for both games though.
聞いてないぞ。むしろ花沢はどうしてるのかって話していたところだ。なんなんだお前。
Kawase made eye contact with Hanazawa.
黙るなよ。
これだから嫌なんだ。
What he didn't want, then this was all Kawase's idea. If Kawase had told me he'd seen Hanazawa, he wouldn't have to see me get so angry. Even more of a drift was forming between Kawase and I, but with a cloth, Hanazawa had built a bridge between us.
ともかく、お前らのことは川瀬からよく聞いている。
私は川瀬から何も聞いていないがな。
聞かれなかったからね。
How many times had Hanazawa been brought up in a conversation over the past 3 months? Saying he didn't tell me because I hadn't asked. That made me want to rewind time and point out that was a shameless lie.
花沢の前だと猫かぶりよって。
逆に考えられない。君にだけ鬼になるんだって。
お前ら本当に仲がいいな。
それはありえない。
I couldn't help but be embarrassed by this cliche exchange. Kawase must have felt the same. He recrossed his legs with a short click of his tongue. He was truly been a better man.
そんなことより花沢は今までどうしてたんだよ。
A somewhat surprised look came to Kawase's face, and he looked at Hanazawa. Had you really thought I wasn't going to ask? Hanazawa, on the other hand, opened his mouth without hesitation.
会津を出てから俺は東京の陸軍幼年学校に3年間身を置いていた。
花沢が15歳で私たちが12歳か。懐かしいな。
厳しいと思ったことはないな。ただ柔道、剣道、毎日同じことの繰り返しだった。
And it was harsh, but Hanazawa didn't seem to have found it difficult at all. His face, as he thought back on it, didn't look the least bit glum. Just thinking about the day I took the Imperial University's entrance exam would make my face explode with emotion, so he was clearly much more disciplined than I was.
幼年学校の卒業後は第16師団野砲兵第22連隊での隊付き勤務を経て陸軍士官学校へ入校した。
第16師団野砲兵第22連隊って。
君本当に分かってる？
I didn't understand it at all. I was sure a 16th division existed in every country, but since it was Hanazawa, it was a way of leaving an impression. I was thinking when suddenly Hanazawa pulled a silver pocket watch from his breast pocket.
なんだこれ？
花沢は首席で卒業したんだ。それは恩師の銀時計だよ。
やろ
う。は？何言ってるんだよ花沢。こんなやつに。
こんなやつとは失礼な。でも大事なものには違いないだろ。
Hanazawa shut his mouth, though I also accepted it without a word.
じゃあ今は相当偉く。
いや、その後俺は歩兵少尉として野砲兵第一連隊好きについていたが、今は訳あって浅草の方に下宿している。
浅草？なんでまた？
家賃が安いからだってさ。
As they said indifferently.
陸軍幼年学校だって無理に入れてもらったんだ。給料を全額仕送りするのは当然だ。
さらに切り詰めたいならここで暮らせばいいのに。この池田邸は元家族の家だ。いくらでも部屋はある。
俺もそう言ったんだけどね。
いくらでもあるくせに私に貸してくれなかったかな。
君は部屋を汚すから嫌だ。
As they said in annoyance as he lit a cigarette. Yes, 7 sisters. Jesus.
何をしてるかと思えば空想小説の執筆だ。
何が悪い？お前
Yeah, 7 sisters high.
生き方をしているとは思えない。
He blew a cigarette smoke at me.
いいざまだよ。
楽しそうで何よりだ。てっきり落ち込んでいるかと思ったが。
I was suddenly dragged back to reality.
みなかみのことを川瀬から聞いたか？
ああ。残念だったな。
残念か。
こうして集まれたのはみなかみが呼び水になってくれたのかもしれない。
花沢もあいつが自殺だと思ってるのか？
だから君、
自殺だろう。聞く限りではな。
I fell silent at his somewhat forceful remark. Hanazawa had had this indescribable power of persuasion ever since way back. Even Kawase glanced at me to see how I would react. Even though I felt like arguing with him, I didn't want to butt heads with Hanazawa. It's not like I had accepted it. I was accepting it. That was why I couldn't feel such deep regret or pray for him so easily. But he had been looked at with such cold eyes.
コーヒーでも入れてくるよ。
Kawase coughed. It seemed on purpose, and then left the room. Now that I was left alone with Hanazawa, an unusually awkward mood filled the room. When my eyes met his, I managed to give him a tired smile.
花沢、結構変わったな。
そうか。
うん。旅順要塞の視線を超えてきたかのような面構えだ。なんて、にゃはは。
確かに俺は変わったかもしれない。
I wouldn't have been able to agree if someone had asked me if I was acting like myself, either. Even his confirmation was, well, as expected.
なあ、花沢、この時計やっぱりいらん。それも田舎に送ってやれば母親も喜ぶんじゃないのか？
あんなに欲しがっていたのにか。
え？
子供の頃、俺の時計を見て言っただろ。
Give me it. No way, it's my dad's. Give me it.
あの頃のお前は他人のものを欲しがってばかりだったな。
今は変わったのだ。
だから俺も変わった。やりたいからやる。黙って押し付けられてくれ。
ありがとう。
It was like he had become more stern but also softer. I put away the silver pocket watch, adding a little adding a little weight to my pocket.
結局今はどうしてるんだ？
本郷の研究所に勤務している。
研究所？高校学校とか陸軍大学には進まなかったのか？
ああ、知人に誘われて陸軍科学研究所の第三課地学的事項研究室にいる。
陸軍科学研究所の第三課地学的事項研究室。
よく覚えたな。
まるで私が書く空想小説のような舞台名だな。
俺もそう思う。
なあ、私もいつか見学しては。
ダメに決まってるで。
Kawase quickly returned, annoyed he placed a coffee on the table, crossed his feet and shook them restlessly.
花沢に恥をかかせるなよ。
失礼な。私だって礼服くらい店主に借りればだな。ってあれ、私の分のコーヒーは？
わかんないかな。長いして欲しくないんだ。
Get out of my house.
そう邪険にするな。
That's right, stop making it all so obvious that you don't want me here. Not even Hanazawa could comfort me anymore, so I quickly stood.
もういい。帰ってやろう。
A cup to his mouth, Kawase grinned. Surprisingly, when I rushed out the room, he came to escort me to the front
お
door.
構いできなくてごめんね。
最低なやつだな。
人聞き悪いな。
When he opened the door, I was greeted by the wind and rain. The twisting lightning was bright, like a smile.
うわ、ひどい雨だね。くれぐれも風には気をつけて。
楽しそうだな。
そりゃ楽しいさ。じゃあまた明日、水道橋でね。
私はいかん。
I trudged through the garden, looking back at Kawase only once. He put a hand on his sneering mouth.
おいカオセ、やらずの雨って知ってるか？
なんだって？
こう強い雨が降るときは友人を返すものではないということだ。
じゃあその友人ってのは俺にとっての花沢かな。おやすみ玉森くん。
Honestly, it wasn't as though I couldn't understand why Kawase would keep reuniting with Hanazawa a secret. I couldn't agree with it at all, but when it came down to it, I could understand why and accept it. That guy had worshipped Hanazawa since way back. For instance, one time he only had one pastry in the house. We wondered if we should split it into 4 pieces or just not have any, but Kawase had taken over and presented it to Hanazawa. At times like this it goes to Hanazawa, he said, as if it were a matter of fact. Hanazawa ended up showing us how to divide it evenly, but Minakami and I were just dumbfounded. In short, I guess Kawase was a childish kind of guy who liked to sock up to older people. Anyway, Kawase seemed to be pretty familiar with what Hanazawa had been up to. If Kawase was denying that the old friend Minakami had gone to see was Hanazawa, then just who was it? Or was someone lying? Alright, I'm going to BRB again. Go to the box. Favourite. Change name. I was literally about to say goodbye and best look in the search when you stayed for the Hey! Thank you for staying to see a very terrible catch. Bye now. It did. I appreciate you being here for this. Oh no, Honore!
Honore is so scared. It's scary.
No.
Oh, he's okay now. He's gonna get pets.
Yay. No fear anymore.
No fear, no pain.
Rogue, did you hear? Did you hear?
Did you hear? Did you hear the news?
Did you hear me lose it?
It's like the shiny pony to copy pasta. Cal got shiny Porygon.
Come look. the movement animation
there
for
we go.
Porygon is so it's so much.
Porygon really do be like, you think I'm funny? Well, I'm about to be hilarious.
It really do be. English is fun. Let experimenting your English. Up to Pineapple, now missing out on the audio big time. I ended up going to the Izumi residence alone. Thanks to yelling back and forth with Kawase, I felt like I was back to my old self. Even without his help, I could probably persuade a madame or two. I pressed the doorbell, and Madame quickly appeared.
みなかみがお世話になりました。
彼は本当に素直で優しい青年でした。
はい。それでみなかみの手荷物を。
手荷物の整理は明日、ご友人の方にお願いしているの。
ちょっと待ってください。私はその友人に頼まれてきたんです。自分の代わりに荷物整理してくれと。
怪しいわ。
え？
Madame narrowed her eyes, her tongue seemed to writhe like a snake's.
こんな夜分に荷物の整理もありますか？
本当にごめんなさい。ただ私の気持ちの整理も今ついたところでして。
いいえ、今のあなたは冷静じゃないわ。ともかく後のことは他の方に任せてありますから。
He slammed the door shut. I immediately jumped at it and desperately beat against it.
お願いします。私は別にやましい気持ちは、そう、荷物に一切手はつけませんから、あげてくれるだけでいいんです。
なおさら怪しいわ。
Suddenly the light shut off. I held back the urge to fall to my knees and smacked my head against the door. No, I'd never be able to get in. I sighed and started to stagger my way back home. My black leather shoes continued to shine indifferently as I walked with my head lowered. Minakami had given me these leather shoes when we came to the capital. They were expensive ones from Ginza. I felt like as long as these shoes shined, I could never abandon my pride. Right. Wanting to go into Minakami's room was nothing to do with packing up his stuff. What I wanted to search for was my pride and self-respect. I suddenly heard someone calling out my name. When I turned around to see where or who it was coming from, Naoshi-kun was there. He was wearing some school uniform's cap over his face for some reason. He was smiling. I smiled back at him, but nothing came out except another tired sigh.
こんばんは、直し君。ひどい雨だね。
皆さん、死んじゃったんだってね。
ああ。
残念だね。タマさん一人ぼっちになっちゃったね。
It was kind of creepy.
一人ぼっちじゃないよ。私にはたくさんの友達がいるからね。帝大生の川瀬君に陸軍軍人の花沢君。それにそう、君もいる。
じゃあ寂しくないね。
寂しくないというわけじゃないが。
それじゃあおやすみなさい。
ところで直し君、一つ頼みたいことがあるんだ。
何？
水上の部屋に行ってとあるものを探してほしいんだ。
とあるもの？別にいいけど。探してきたら何くれる？
オムレツライスをおごろう。美味しいカフェがある。
カルスピもつけてくれる？
え？もちろん。安い。
Had Naoshi-kun always been this talkative?
原稿を探してきてほしいのだ。私がいや、とある有名作家が書いた原稿で私の宝物なのだ。
わかった。明日の朝も来るんでしょ？その時渡すね。
渡さなくてもいい。ただその原稿がどこにあったか教えてほしいんだ。
どうして？
ともかくだ。
押し入れの中にあったら探すの大変だな。
そんなはずはない。あいつが自宅で読むときは机以外で読まんのだ。
ふーん。
He's getting
で
suspicious.
も読んでなかったら。
だからそんなはずはない。
Had Minakami actually read my manuscript? That's to be clear if I could find out where it was. That was all I want you to know.
変な人。
Now Shikunda giggled. He twirled his umbrella and skipped into the Oizumi residence. In that one conversation alone, we'd probably talked more than we ever had before. It must have been proof that now Shikunda had opened his heart to me. No. His eyes looked as if he'd found a new toy. When the streetcar stopped outside a bridge, my ride home was immediately swarmed by salarymen. The windows were clouded, obscuring the landscape around Cedar Bridge. Minakami must have constantly felt this heat whenever he came to Jimbocho. I blinked and suddenly there were no other passengers. When I looked around in confusion, the conductor was also gone. But strangely of all, the scenery outside had changed. When I turned back to the interior of the streetcar, Haruhiko-san and the frogman were calmly sitting there for some reason.
何勝手に現れてるんですか。
原稿を読んだか読んでないか、そんなに重要かね。
だから勝手に話を進めないでください。
He stared back at me. Being watched by someone like him was stifling, so I ended up turning away.
私にとっては重要なんです。
オラにはさっぱりわからんな。
僕にもさっぱりわかりません。
Yeah, why is everyone so mean to me is literally the worst person.
あの原稿に何か特別な意味合いでもあるのかね。
Annoyed, I smacked my knees.
早く幻想を解いてください。
合点が行けばすぐにでも解放してあげよう。
あの物語は地下室の怪人は未完なんです。
未完とは。
Thank you. Unfinished meant that there was still more left. Minakami reading my manuscript and then dying, and him dying without having read it had totally different implications.
それを知ってどうするんですか？だって水上さんは殺されたんでしょ？
うん。水上くんの死は自殺ではないと君は言っていたはずだ。
どちらにしろ結末を知らずに死んだなんてかわいそうだな。
I glared at the frogman. He let out a yelp before he and Haruhiko-san disappeared. The next time I blinked, I was standing between filthy salarymen again. Yeah, Jimbocho, Jimbocho, the conductor announced lazily. Moving only my eyes, I looked around, searching for anything out of the ordinary. My hallucinations seemed to have disappeared. I swallowed and let out a sigh of relief. When I got back to Yumibashido, the lights were on, even though it was way past closing.
博士？閉店とっくに過ぎていますよ。
玉森くん、君のお帰りを待っていたんです。
I forgot you were still here. Professor was sitting politely behind the register. I had never sat that straight even on my first day at work, and sure enough, as soon as Professor stood up, he fell back down.
大丈夫ですか？
ごめんなさい。足をつっちゃったみたいで。
3時間正座してたんですか？
ええ。いつお客さんが来るかもわからないので。
すみません。気を使わせてしまって。
いいんですよ。それにここに君が座っていたかと思うとドキドキして。ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。気持ち悪くてごめんなさい。
It really was creepy. Perhaps noticing my unamused expression, he began to gather his things. He looked like he would cry at any moment.
長居してごめんなさい。僕帰りますね。
待ってください。
Without thinking, I grabbed his sleeve as he was leaving. What the hell was I doing? But since I had already grabbed his hand, I couldn't show him any more weaknesses.
少し付き合ってくれませんか？私のプライドを守るのに。
そりゃあもう君は素晴らしい大作家様です。
そうですか。
君の物語を見ているとまるで夢を見ているような影を追っているような心地がするの。
そうですかそうですか。
Professor Nell, I sat down in my chair with a thud and inhaled his thoughts on my manuscripts. Whenever Professor sighed with a I could hear admiration times 100. When he sighed with an I could hear 200 times more applause. There was no longer only Bushido. I was a room in a grand palace. And of course, I was wearing a splendid crown on my head.
最初の出会いは忘れもしません。だって店内に入ったら店員さんが床に突っ伏して原稿を書き殴っているんですから。言葉遊びを得意とし目と心を楽しませる書き講者。
そういうあなたは未合者だ。
ああ、恐れ多い恐れ多いです玉森くん。それに見てください、君が開いたこの幻想。
Professor stood up and twirled. He spread his arms wide and went outside to the palace garden.
暁の透き通った青い光、うつらうつら瞬く星。ここは白髪小僧の蘭岩国の宮殿でしょう。
え？
Now that you mentioned it, it may have been similar. The flower garden, the fountain, the sky full of stars, even in the morning. I slowly took off my crown and carefully placed it on my lap.
僕は昔から類光や旧作のファンなのです。
旧作って夢の旧作？
はい、1915年に彗星のごとく現れた奇才作家夢の旧作のことです。
For just a moment, I remembered Minakami's profile as he read Dogamagra.
やはり僕の目に狂いはなかった。君も旧作に惹かれているんでしょ？言葉にしなくともわかります。ああ、美しいな。
ここが白髪小僧の蘭岩国でその宮殿だとすれば私が蘭岩王ということですか？
でしたら私は赤オウムとなりましょう。
私をうつけでのんきでだんまりの蘭岩王と見ていたのですか？
いえいえ、とんでもありません。
あなたは赤オウムなどより貴殿下の青目じいがふさわしい。
君がそう望むのなら青目じいでも構いません。でも嬉しい、君がそこまで旧作を読み込んでいるとは。だからでしょうか、君の書く物語はどこかその旧作に似ているというか。
勘違いするな。
I brusquely walked towards him and snatched my manuscript out of his hands. The illusion faded at the same time, and our minds turned to only Bushido. Before my anger, Professor was frozen in shock. Then he smiled wryly with his hands as they held on to nothing.
旧作に似ていると言ったのは3時のつもりだったんですが。
独創性を求める作家に対し別の作家に似ているなんてどういう了見ですか？
そんなつもりは。ごめんなさい。
二番煎じとでも言いたいのですか？
違います。僕はただその
一番煎じの茶がうまいと思うなら帰ってください。
I was going to turn around and slam the door, but I could easily picture Professor's frantic trembling. It felt terrible. I was throwing a temper tantrum.
帰ってください。今日の私は機嫌が悪い。
じゃあ褒めてくれって言ったのは。
誰でもいいからご機嫌を取ってほしかっただけです。誰でもいい。
As I repeated that, I lay down. Even Professor would get offended and leave if I fell asleep.
玉森くん、少しだけ僕の身の上話を聞いてくれませんか？僕は 浅草のとある酒造の息子なんです。人よりちょっと裕福で、お金だけはいつも持っていました。
Kept on talking away. I lifted myself up as I cursed him in my head. Sorry, as I cursed him in my mind. It wasn't like I was responding to the word money or anything.
ある日、いつも通り吾妻橋から隅田川を眺めていたら、
A vagrant came up to me. What happened to your eye? It plopped down into the river. Is that why you're searching the water?
ちょっと待ってください。一体何の話ですか？
僕が本を読むようになったきっかけのお話です。
That's dangerous, young man. Still, I have to look for it. You won't find it. See? Look. Your eye's right here. The vagrant showed me his clenched fist. I came down from the railing and went to open his hand, but there was nothing in it. The man smiled and grasped my hand as we crossed the Zuma Bridge together. Oji-san, why are you so dirty? Oh, that's just how I am. I haven't bathed in a while. I'll give you money. That's your precious money. I won't take a single cent. But I feel bad for you. You're a good kid. When I handed him all the money I had, the man responded with a soft sigh. In that case, I'll grant you one wish. My eyes are bad, so I can't read books. I see. So please, tell me a story?
そうして語ってくれたのは、地下室に住む怪人の話でした。
地下室に住む怪人の話？
はい。子供に聞かせるにはあまりにも怪奇的なお話でした。僕はそれ以来、怪奇小説、怪奇映画、怪奇談に陶酔し、
目は大丈夫なんですか？
はい。昼間に10ページずつゆっくり読んでいますから。
楽しいですか？
そりゃもう、あの時出会ったおじさんはきっと怪奇作家。あの人の作品を探すために僕は古今東西の本屋を巡り歩いていたのです。
はあ。
そこで僕は君に出会った。
私？
君もあの不思議なおじさんにどこかで出会ったのでしょ？それは今日この原稿を読んで確信しました。だってこの物語はあの日あの時聞いた物語と一緒だから。
そんなバカな。
ああ、神様は本当にいるんだ。僕にもう一度この物語に出会わせてくれるなんて。
Somehow, this was turning out to much different from what I'd expected.
帰ってください。私はそんな親父会ったことも聞いたこともない。
でも、だとしたらこの物語は一体どこで？
これは私の物語です。誰の影響も受けていないし、盗作でもない。
盗作だなんて思ってません。
そう言ってるようなもんでしょうか。そしてあれを見ろ。
I was pointing at a door in the floor.
私はあそこにある扉を見てこの話を思いついたのです。ある日、あそこの戸が揺れているのが見えたんです。多分ネズミか何かの仕業でしょうが。
それで地下室に住む怪人を？
そうです。そしてよくわかりました。
I came up from behind the register. I walked right up and thrust my pen at him.
貴様は私の原稿を盗み見、そしてお目目がどうしたとかいう奇妙な男の話をでっち上げた。
でっち上げてなんかいません。
いや違いない。
そんな。
私に運命を感じさせるようなことを言うのは何かよからぬことを企んでいるからだ。
違います。だって嘘なんかついたら嫌われちゃうじゃないですか。
何を企んでいる？
企んでなんか。いや、企画ならあります。
He said as he pulled a check from his side. I fixed my gaze on it as a professor flashed his finest smile next to the check.
500円です。
500円？
君の物語を出版社に持ち込みましょう。 本にしてもらうんです。
誰の金で？
だからこの僕のお金で。
貴様はどうしてそこまで？
言ってるじゃないですか。君の信者だからですよ。犬です。猿です。僕と書いて下僕と読みます。
Your dog, your
君
monkey.
のためなら安いものです。
As long as it's for you,
そしてこれは僕のためでもあるんです。
for me. What a charitable guy, saying he was doing it for himself and finding joy in making someone else's dream a reality. Up until now, there had never been anyone who would say those kind of words to me. No.
さあ、玉森くん、お手に取ってください。僕の気持ちをどうぞ。
He held up the check with both hands. 500 yen. If it were bottles of Gatsby, I could buy 625 of them. If they were watered down, I could drink Gatsby 5,000 times. However, the moment I moved from the professor's hands to mine, the check felt awfully light. It was really nothing more than a scrap of paper, the same as manuscripts, newspapers, and books. If they weren't bound together, they could easily be blown away. It felt a little ridiculous. I ripped the check to shreds and tossed it.
帰れ！
玉森くん、
これ以上私をバカにするな！
There was no way something so promising was real. I turned Professor around and pushed him as hard as I could. He grabbed onto the frames of the bookshelves to either side. He held himself back, looking desperate.
バカになんかしていません。僕は君のことが。
黙れ、想像し！500円は救世軍にでも寄付して世に役立てろ！
I shoved him out into the rain. After that, I threw his unusual button, released an umbrella on his head.
さっさと帰れ！その頭、大事にな！
ああ、そのお気遣いありがとうございます。
Soon, I slammed the door shut, cutting off the last syllable. The shop was finally closed. I slid down in front of the door and pulled out the silver pocket watch I just remembered I had. The shopkeeper was normally asleep at this hour, so it was my fault if the light in his room was on.
すみません。
いえいえ。お客さんは大事にね。
Shopkeeper's on a way of been begging him to. Right, even Professor was a customer. The light in the shopkeeper's room turned off. He hadn't asked me about today's or yesterday's sales again. I felt thankful for that, probably because I was an awful human being. Even one Professor's critiques was proof I was sorry excuse of a human being. I was already looking for someone to replace Minakami. I lit a lamp to replace the lights I turned off on the first floor. The lamp light shouldn't disturb the shopkeeper's sleep. I thought as I slowly touched the books one by one, my footsteps not making a sound. When I blinked, what I saw was Minakami's profile as he read a book. This book, that book too. The notebook where he constantly wrote his impressions was in his hand. He had never let me see his notebook. But in the same way cavemen drew pictures of the animals they hunted, that was the only thing I had been able to think of that would be in there. However, the moment I opened that notebook for the first time at the morgue, my mind had gone blank. Those written thoughts were like love letters to each work. He wrote about which lines he found beautiful, about which scenes he was crazy about. It would have been something more perverted if there had been semen stains on the pages, but Minakami was pure to the end, and what he'd written was composed out of love for each story. My robot Kyosaku, whom I despised, was long, so long. I could hide my shock at seeing Minakami's lifeless face a lot more easily than I could hide the shock from seeing the truth of that notebook. Why wasn't my name in there? I despised Kiyosaki for a long time. Girl Hell, Professor Inugami, the white-haired boy, Dogramagra. I'd never seen Minakami look as amused as when he was reading those. I guess I could say I hated Kiyosaki because of how much Minakami enjoyed him. I guess I could say I actually wanted to throw out that copy of Dogramagra he had given me the day before yesterday. I didn't have to say it. Even now, the same anger I felt welling up from the bottom of my heart when I saw Minakami's notebook hadn't stopped. It was ridiculous. I was jealous of a man named Kiyosaki Yamano, someone I didn't even know really existed or not. Plus, it wasn't as a writer. It was because he had been the only one able to captivate a man like Minakami.
Tamamori-kun.
Haruhiko-san appeared from the darkness.
嘘はよろしくないな。
嘘？私は何も嘘など。
君も夢の旧作を愛していたはずだ。少女地獄、犬神博士、白髪小僧、そしてドグラマグラも、君はすでに読了している。
なんでそんなこと。
君がオラで、オラが君だからだ。
にゃっは、だったら仕方ないことですね。
Since no one's around, including Minakami, there was something I could say now. I loved Kiyosaki too.
旧作が面白いのは、物語の中に物語があることなんです。そういうのを入れ子構造って言って、別に珍しい表現方法じゃないんですが、旧作の場合は、その入れ子構造が読者の世界にまで及ぶんです。だから読んでいると、あたかも自分に語りかけられるような気になってくる。読了したはずなのに、どこかで物語が続いているような気がしてくる。それが旧作の魅力なんです。
よく読み込んでいるね。
最新刊のドグラマグラは旧作の集大成です。物語の最後が物語の冒頭へと続くようになっている。
まるでウロボロスだ。
ウロボロス？
I instantly returned to my senses. I'd been talking to pull myself together, but I'd heard another term I didn't understand.
っていうか、春彦さん、あなた一体何なんですか？
しがない君の幻想だよ。
そうですよ。僕たちは玉森さんの幻想です。
帰る男は黙ってろ。
I murmured as I walked around Haruhiko-san. When I peered into his large glasses, his face didn't even twitch.
何かね。オラに言いたいことがあるなら、はっきり言いなさい。
Well, even this was possible, I suppose. Compared to Hyde, the personality of the main character in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Haruhiko-san seemed to be much more intelligent and wise. He probably wouldn't be bothered by me walking around him for a while either.
私の幻想なら、こうして話している会話は他人に聞かれないということですね。
君が変人扱いされることはない。
The idea of these prosaic thoughts leaking out into the world was scary enough.
ならいいんです。もう変人扱いされるのは嫌なんで。春彦さん？
The round glasses reflected the sound of the rain. When I turned around and followed his gaze, there was a man standing there. He had no umbrella and was wearing a funny mask. The man I had heard about somewhere opened the door to Umibashido. I froze, dumbfounded.
閉店してますが。
What a creepy mask. I didn't know much about No, so I wasn't sure what emotion the one he was wearing represented. Only it was a creepy No mask.
おい、聞いているのか？
The eyes on the mask were opened wide, so I wasn't sure which one of us was more shocked. Had he come in to get out of the rain? If at all possible, I wanted that to be the case. If you want to rest, you should, but you can't stay here. I'm going upstairs to bed. As soon as I was about to do just that, He slowly stretched out his leg. When his pace seemed to suddenly quicken, I moved behind a bookshelf. His footsteps were soundless, as though we were moving across clouds. Then the man came right up to me and looked straight at me through the bookshelf.
玉森君、逃げなさい。
え？
早く。
Without a word, I quickened my pace toward the exit. The man began to move behind the bookshelf in sync with me. He came up from the shelves before me and blocked my escape route with his large body. Lightning illuminated a black silhouette. My late father must have felt like this when we came across that bear. I let out a scream that was something between a laugh and a cry as I ran by the man and out into the rain with nothing but the clothes on my back. When I looked back to check, the man was hot on my heels. I just barely managed to jump over a puddle. That's when I tripped, dirtying my hands and knees. I jumped into an alley that a giant probably wouldn't be able to get through and fled toward Hudson Street. The town was silent as a grave. I wanted to run away or so, to somewhere bright, even remotely bright. I ran around, wondering if there were any shops open, but everyone was fast asleep. My teeth chattered from the cold. That was the Phantom, without a doubt. That giant of Jinbocho. Giants over 6 feet tall. But why?
なんで怪人が私を。
I ran like mad until I reached the bridge. But there was a man in a black mantle standing there. I was trying to get to the police station that lay ahead. When I found myself blocked by the figure, my legs gave out.
何なのだ一体。貴様は一体何なのだ。
The man swiftly turned around and, despite the rain, removed his hood.
玉森。
花沢。
A streetcar drove by behind me, and the metal bridge creaked. Blinded by the light, Hanazawa put his hood back on. The sound of people's voices came out of the station. Once they had passed us and their voices were just a whisper, Hanazawa finally began to speak. What a calming voice he had. I moved my mouth to tell him about what had happened, but nothing came out but foam.
傘はどうした？風邪をひくぞ。
傘は。いや。
何かあったのか？
Hanazawa approached me and held out his hand. When I weakly grabbed it, he pulled me up with an immense strength.
おまわりに行くのだ。私は今。
I gave up continuing my sentence. I couldn't bear Hanazawa's gaze as he listened to me without speaking.
また幻覚を見たのか？
幻覚じゃない。今度のは本当に幻覚じゃないのだ。そんな目で見ないでくれ。
Hanazawa was the only one I weren't thinking I was a lunatic. He had probably heard people talking about me behind my back countless times. Still, I didn't want to lose the person who had called me his little brother. When I ran my troubled gaze across the river, I felt like I was being swallowed up, and it started to scare me.
場を移すか。
After that, we walked about 30 steps and relaxed under the overpass at Suido Ridge Station. I wrung out my sleeve. The dripping water made me nauseous.
どうして花沢はここにいたんだ？
水上の死の理由について。
陸軍がか？
いや、こんななりのまま出てきたが、ただの友人のよしみだ。弔い方法を探してると思ってくれ。
弔いか。それ、私にも手伝えないかな。私は水上の死を自殺とは思っていないのだ。昨日までニコニコしていたやつがドボンと死ぬはずがない。そもそもあいつは仏教徒だ。きっとこれは自殺に見せかけた他殺なのだ。
黒幕がいると。
そう、それに私は怪しい男を知っている。この神保町に近頃不気味な怪人が出るのだ。 実は私はさっきそいつに追いかけられてここまで。
I got here. There was no way he'd believe such a thing. I smacked the back of my head against the wall, wanting to take back what I'd said.
ごめん、聞かなかったことにしてくれ。
俺は信じるぞ。心当たりがある限り片っ端から探っていこう。
花沢。
I reached into Hanazawa's mouth till and took his hand.
梅鉢堂来てくれるか。私の寝床に怪人が潜んでいるかもしれんのだ。なあなあ、来てくれるか。
言ってやろう。その幻覚、俺が叩き切ってやる。ここが梅鉢堂か。
扉が閉まってる。
I'd flung those doors open and run out.
室内に隠れているかもしれない。
安心して眠れそうか。
We'd searched every corner for shadows for 30 minutes. The bathroom, the back of the shop, the room on the second floor, but the man wasn't there. That was why I couldn't relax.
梅鉢堂は鍵がないのだ。また押し入られるかもしれん。もう少しだけここにいてくれないか。
気が済むまでいてやろ
A reliable guy. When I turned to him with my hands clasped together, my eyes watering, he had nodded unquestioningly.
う。俺もお前とは二人きりで話をしたかったから。
私もだ。テートに来てからお前はどうしているかとずっと考えていた。なのに川瀬のやつ。
さっきも言ったが、お前らのことは川瀬からよく聞いていた。俺の方から会いに行くべきだった。後悔している。
Anazawa said, remembering Yakami as he looked up at the top of the bookshelves. Maybe it was because Hanazawa was older, but it hadn't been in his nature to boss us around when he wanted to do something. He'd always put Kawase and I first, and he'd lower his head in shame to cover for a bad thing we did. There'd be a time where I internally hated that. Among us was the well-behaved and modest Midakami. He must have been the only one Hanazawa didn't have to worry about. Whenever I saw him give Minakami a book he couldn't read to me, I would get jealous of the both of them. I wondered how Hanazawa viewed the days we'd spent in the Aizu countryside. When I stared closely at his profile, he looked down at me and spoke.
帝大にある本も水上は読破したんだってな。
ああ、この梅鉢堂の本だって読み尽くしたよ。
さすがというか、相変わらずというか。
そしてついには一冊寄贈してくれた。
なんという本だ。
ドグラマグラ。
夢の旧作か。あいつらしい。
お前も旧作を知っているのか？
ああ、読んだことはないが、最近友人がドグラマグラを読んでいた。怪奇好きのお前ならとっくに読んだだろう。
旧作なんて読んだことない。私はどちらかというとルイコのような伏線のあるミステリが好きだからな。
そうか。
どのみち本読みなんて暇人の趣味だ。
嫌に自虐的だな。
I was the one who had brought up Kiyosaka. I didn't even want to talk to Hanzawa about him. As soon as I looked away, the conversation reached its end.
さて、俺は帰るぞ。今夜も冷える。暖かくして寝ろよ。
待ってくれ。浅草に帰るのか？
いや、研究所に戻る。
ずうずうしいお願いだが、今夜私もそこに泊めてもらえないだろうか。今夜の梅鉢堂はどこかおかしい。
今のお前は疲れている。明日になれば悪夢も覚めるだろう。
花沢。
A dream, a hallucination, that's all it was to everyone after all.
一箇所だけ探していないとこがある。
I muttered hesitantly. If that didn't make him turn around, I had no intention of saying anything else.
どこだ？
I knew Hanazawa wasn't a heartless person. I led him to the door that went to the basement. When Hanazawa pulled the handle, his body just shook. The door didn't budge at all.
鍵がかかってる
なんだ、ただの貯蔵庫か。
いや、内側から鍵がかかっている。
内側？
There certainly didn't seem to be a keyhole.
でも、鍵がかかってるなら安心だ。
ここは探さなくていいのか。
ああ。
念には念を入れるべきだと思うが。
Hanazawa said he smoothly pulled out his sword. Illuminated by the light of the lamp, the blade shined brightly. Hanazawa held it up gallantly, then began to saw around the handle.
なんだそのおかしな刀は。
友人が考案したノコギリ軍刀だ。まさかこんなところで役に立つとは。
変な友人だ。
He removed the handle.
っておい、さすがに天使に怒られる。
後で陸軍が保証してやる。
What a convenient title he held. Hanazawa grabbed the edge of the hole he'd cut out and opened the door without hesitating. I couldn't see the bottom, it was pitch black. A cold air chilled my feet. When I lowered the lamp into the darkness, it illuminated a part of a path that continued on into the unknown. I raised my head again and looked around the bookstore. The world hadn't changed. The scene spreading before me was unbelievable enough to give me that sort of doubt, though.
しかし何のために。
そっとしておこうか。
なぜだ。この下に人がいるとは思わんのか。
だが、人が登ってこられる高さじゃない。
There was no stairs either. If I went down there, I probably wouldn't be able to climb back up. Same went for Hanazawa.
ならば椅子を下ろせばいい。
And that... Without getting an okay, Hanazawa lowered a stool into the basement. Then he readily jumped down into the darkness, which was at least 10 feet deep.
おい、花沢、勝手すぎるぞ。
お前も来い。
え
Hanazawa had taken the lamp away. When I looked around, the shops had become excessively eerie. As soon as I hesitantly lowered my legs, Hanazawa reached out from below with both hands.
足乗せるぞ。
ああ、どんと来い。
My hand slipped. I was swallowed up by the hole. Hanazawa easily caught me in his arms and gently set me down like I was a baby.
すまん。
しかしなんだ、ここは。
I looked up, but I knew there was no way my hands could reach. It was so high I would have to jump from the top of the stool to actually reach the hole. I can't believe I'd willingly stepped into a place like this.
この店はいつから建っている。
さあ、聞いたこともない。でもこんなのただの家にはありえないよな。
There I was damp. I knew I could never say it out loud, but there was a familiar stench.
よーし、帰ろう、花沢。
この異臭はどこから来るのだろう。
手だから勝手に進むなよ。
Hanazawa was the one in charge of the lamp. If I didn't follow him, I would be left alone in the darkness. When I reluctantly started to follow, a glare on my face, he suddenly stopped and touched the wall.
見ろ、玉森。これは人が爪で引っかいた跡だ。
I lifted my chin, narrowed my eyes, and hesitantly looked at Hanazawa's fingertips. There were scratch marks carved into the stone wall. I saw that this was no laughing matter after all.
花沢、頼む、頼む、引き返してくれ。
怖いなら一人で帰っていいぞ。
だが、ランプだけは返してほしい。
Surprisingly, he handed the lamp to me without a fight. Hanazawa pulled out a rod the length of his palm and turned it on. When he did, the tip flickered and illuminated the darkness far ahead. It was like a sword made of light.
携帯ランプと言ってな。これも友人の発明だ。
物好きな天才もいたものだ。
いつか合わせてやる。それじゃあな。
一人でも行くな。
I grabbed his sleeve.
ああ、こんな時に言うのもあれかもしれないが、お前、結構勝手なところあるぞ。年上だから仕方ないかもしれないけど、幼年学校に行った時もそうだ。私たちに何の相談もなく。
なんだいきなり。
私に嫌なところがあれば直す。だからお願いだ。戻ろう。
Even I knew I was talking about something totally off topic, but it stopped Hanazawa, so any reason was fine.
花沢、頼む。
こんな俺にしたのはお前だぞ。
When he saw my troubled face, Hanazawa suddenly smiled. He hadn't immediately, but I had a feeling he was enjoying
今だ
this.
から言えることがある。俺もお前の書く物語が好きだった。
え？
Back then, Hanazawa never said a word when he listened to my stories. He would just cross his arms and quietly listen to Callus's insults. Only Minakami would smile and say, I thought it was interesting.
俺も水上と同じ感想だった。俺が陸軍科学研究所など怪しいところに流れ着いたのも。
私？
聞かせてくれただろう。
Hey everyone, I finished a new story. Hey, enough already. It's about the strongest weapon ever thought up, the Tsiburiyama bomber. Tsiburiyama bomber? Our neighborhood is a battle weapon put together by military intelligence. I think it's great. Are you stupid, Minakami? It's dumb. You think so too, right, Hanazawa?
背炙り山、いいと思う。
いいよな。
The entirety of the Tsiburiyama was plated in silver. It would drop bombs reflecting the sunlight as it melted into the sky. But now it was just a child's fantasy. Of course, there were no way an aircraft that heavy could fly.
陸軍の教育は退屈だった。剣術も砲術も何もかも。玉森がいれば。そんな時に今の友人に出会ったんだ。
じゃあその人に誘われて陸軍科学研究所の第三課地学的事項研究に携わっているのか。
本当に覚えが早いな。
高なる単語には強いのだ。で、勝手に先に行くな。
背炙り山は敵地に着く前に自壊する。確かそんな最後だったよな。
なあ。
自壊の知らせを聞いた4人の研究者たちはやはりと心でうなずきつつも悔しがるふりをした。
奇跡を信じた研究者たちの愚かな話だ。
だが自壊に至ったのは研究者たちのせいではないと。
え？
お前に知識がなかったからだ。それが背炙り山が大破した本当の原因だ。
確かにあの頃の私に飛行機の知識はなかった。だがそれとこれに何の意味が。
あの時お前に足りなかったのは知識だ。そして今のお前の物語には恐怖が足りない。
He didn't even read it and yet he was spot on.
ここで恐怖を体験すれば川瀬も喜ぶ物語が書けるんじゃないか。
川瀬から聞いたのか？
At the moment, I was certainly feeling fear. The stench, the nail marks, the chill, the darkness. Wasn't there someone watching us from the gloom where the light didn't reach?
私も行く。
何かあれば俺が叩き切る。安心しろ。
When I gave him a helpless smile, Anazawa smiled at me again. I couldn't understand how he was enjoying this situation. Even if he did see the monster, Hanazawa probably wouldn't back down. Maybe I really did plant the seeds of curiosity in Hanazawa long ago. Even so, that simple interpretation was basically just passing the blame to me. He'd been adventurous since way back, totally uninhibited. No one could ever imagine it was the way he looked, but he was an adventurer. I was probably the only one who knew that. Hanazawa suddenly stopped in his tracks. After turning two corners, I saw a door ahead. The stench was growing stronger. Even the darkness seemed to be getting deeper. It may have been an enticing fragrance from flies or any other insect that likes strong smells, but to me it was like a signal of some unseen danger. No one needed to tell me that going any further was strictly
残
forbidden.
念、何もなかったな。
行くぞ。
残念だな、本当に残念だ。引き返すしかあるまい。
Hanazawa stepped forward anyway. I used my whole body to block him.
地下室を探せと言ったのはお前だろ。
まさかこんなになっているとは知らなかったのだ。十分、私は恐怖した。だからもう。
Suddenly, I heard something behind me. Hanazawa stared beyond me, his expression unchanging. Wasn't this situation way too familiar? Hesitantly, I turned around. A white nomad floated out from the abyss beyond the open door. The figure was difficult to describe. It had a freakish shape, as if it had been born from the darkness. He turned his white face and suddenly sank into the black. Hanazawa switched the portal lamp to his other hand and pushed me to the side. Still silent, I ended up grabbing his waist and fell to my knees.
やめてくれ。今のはきっと私の幻覚だ。
俺にも見えたぞ。
じゃあ、二人しておかしくなったのかもしれん。
There was no way it was human. It had the freakish shape of an ogre.
例えばの話をしよう。今の医療が心優しきものだったとして、お花が大好きで、子供が大好き、蝶よ花よと繊細な乙女だったとしよう。なあ、よく考えろ。いるわけないよな。直感を大事にしよう。
なら、お前は何を感じ取った？
にゃ。
I thought it was going to kill us. I didn't think we could fight it. Instead of saying that, I tightly held on to Hanazawa's waist.
頼むよ、花沢は。
言っただろ、俺が叩き切ると。
He was an idiot. A real idiot. Didn't he get it? Didn't he sense it? There was no way I could go up against a freak like that. Hanazawa finally kicked me off. Then he ruffled my hair like he always used to do and jumped into the darkness. Either way, this was the end. That freak was haunting me. There was absolutely no way I would be able to escape this darkness. Maybe Hanazawa had also thought about that. I tightly gripped the lamp and ran after him.
これって本棚か?
There were numerous books and canned goods lined up on them. Among them were even cans that had already been opened. Proof that someone had been living here.
ここは巣穴と呼ぶにふさわしい。
夜な夜な地上に上がっては物を盗んで働いているのだ。
嫌に貧乏な異形だな。
Hanazawa noted calmly before suddenly stopping. He held the portable lamp in his mouth and pulled out his sword. A white mask was peering at us from the end of the bookshelves. Seeing him for a second time, my fear had dwindled, but he tilted his head with a creak, staggering towards us, and straightened himself up. Who said he was 6 feet tall? He was easily taller than Hanazawa. Standing there was a giant, almost 7 feet tall. Hanazawa spat the portable lamp from his mouth. He grasped the sword in both hands and pointed the tip at the monster. Surprised, the man slowly stopped moving. When I slung the lamp ahead, the light reflecting off the sword became even more distorted. Perhaps afraid of that light, the man had retreated little by little. Was he timid? I suddenly felt like smiling. That's when Hanazawa swung his sword down at an immense speed. I wasn't sure if we'd win or lose, but this wasn't a competition. In that moment, though, I saw certain defeat. The monster's arm had struck Hanazawa's body faster than Hanazawa could strike his. He hit a bookshelf, the blow causing old tattered books to rain down. The monster's arm slipped through the rain of books and grabbed Hanazawa's arm. He snatched the sword away from Hanazawa fast enough to break his fingers, and then he sliced into him from the side. It was a gruesome sight. The left hand Hanazawa had put up to protect himself was cut off. He stopped the sword with the palm of his right hand, which was all barely attached. In that one strike, I felt no intelligence or emotion. To the common soldier, that must have been the most frightening kind of attack. Before he could try to flee, there's a moment you pray to live. Hanazawa's thoughts were literally cut off. Hanazawa's face rolled away. It stopped right next to the portable lamp, and his eyes closed as if it were too bright. I need to save him. But what should I protect? His body or his head? However, this lamp in my hand's pretty heavy. I probably won't be able to take Hanazawa with me. As I let out a scream, I ran back the way we'd come. Now I knew why trains were so noisy. They were afraid of colliding with the rail cars trailing behind them. I screamed as I ran. I found the stool, but when I leaped towards it, I ended up kicking it away. The monster wasn't here yet. I hurriedly fixed the stool and somehow managed to grab onto the floor above. I slipped and slipped each time I fell. I didn't look back. Each time my legs went out, the floor above me was swallowed up by distant darkness. Thinking this was the end, I somehow managed to grab the floor above with my outstretched hand. I grasped it as hard as I could with the tips of my fingers and desperately climbed up. I took the handle of the lamp out of my mouth and took violent gasps of air with my entire body. There wasn't time to rest. I needed to cover it up. I needed to cover the story. The moment I had turned back around, the monster was climbing up the stool. He was looking right up at me. What was this? What was this nightmare? With both arms I pushed the shelf and used all my strength to drop the books to the floor. I kicked them onto the door to block it and piled even more books on top of that. I heard the rumbling sound of an impact. The books on the floor blew away, a pale hand slowly exposed the face. The monster was pushing away the mountain of books. I rushed out of the room with a shield, kicking off the ground more violently than the rain. Coming after me even more vigorously was the sound of the monster's footsteps. I was definitely the only one carrying a light in the middle of the night. I was like a firefly with its ass lit up, giving away my location. I threw the lamp away, breaking it. I can't see. I can't see ahead of me. I finally removed my fake glasses and ran through the darkness that hadn't changed with my now slightly extended field of vision. When I turned a corner, I suddenly ran into someone. The lightning illuminated none other than the silhouette of that man. Still on my ass, I was no longer able to move. Dying sad? Why is he asking me that? The shapeless idea of a phantom is walking around on its own. In that case, I should just pray for him to disappear. Once I did, the man would turn to dust and vanish, and everything would come to a peaceful end. But he wasn't disappearing. He wasn't disappearing.
この男は幻想ではない。
なんとかしてください。
オラが従えられるのは幻想だけだ。
こんな現実。
My wandering hand happened to pick up an empty bottle. The lightning illuminated me as I lifted a large Calcium bottle. I aimed for the monster's face and threw it as hard as I could. The mask cracked with a sound like a flower blooming. Pieces of mask pierced the muddy ground. Instead of picking it up, the man hid his face with both hands. I wasn't sure what had happened. I had missed any vital spots, and yet the man was stumbling back, clearly in distress. His breathing was extremely erratic.
逃げなさい、玉森君。逃げなさい。
Some voice suddenly brought me to my senses. I quickly dashed past the monster. The sound of thunder was getting even louder. The rain and wind blew even more fiercely through Busho. And because of that, I wanted to cry even more. Nothing made sense. Minakami was dead. Hanazawa was also dead. Would I be able to escape? Even if morning came, wouldn't he come marching for me every night? What a terrible story. I was going to be killed by a man who looked exactly like the phantom I had created.
終わりだ。私の夢は。
夢？
Why? Why? Why?
私ばかりがこんな目に。
Suddenly, my foot caught in a deep puddle. The cold water filled the bottom of my shoe and instantly swallowed up my ankle. I tripped and fell. And then... I was suddenly on the streetcar. Right! That's been 4 hours. I think we're good, right? Thank you all for coming for the BL stream. I hope you feel you have gotten your money's worth. We might do some more of this. I don't know. We'll see. It depends. It's up to you guys if you want more of it. That's the main factor in this one. Right. So. There's no real point in reading from Picarto, is there? But you know, alright. Riley's live if you want to go say hi to them. But otherwise, thank you very much for joining. And if anyone is new and would like to see me on Saferwork streams, there are links down below. Alright guys, yeah, you'll get the spelling from there to look me up. Right guys, thank you very much, bye bye! Baby! No baby, show baby again. Show baby again.